I can go back off.
Hold on, I gotta take it back. Yeah, you can go back.
Mr. Espinoza Mateo, sir, can you hear and understand the interpreter?
Señor Espinosa Mateo.
Sí.
Señor, ¿puede usted escuchar y entender a la intérprete?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza Mateo, my name is Brad Gardner. I'm a magistrate court judge here in Clayton County.
Señor Espinosa Mateo, mi nombre es Brad Garner y yo soy un juez de primera instancia aquí en el condado de Clayton.
This is going to be your first appearance hearing.
I'm sorry, Judge, you were breaking up. Can you repeat that for the interpreter?
Yes, this is going to be your first appearance hearing.
Esta va a ser su comparecencia inicial.
¿Cómo? Disculpe.
On the male side, can we turn the radios down a little bit? I think it's causing some interference. Thank you. I think he said he couldn't hear. Was that what he said?
¿Qué dijo usted, señor?
No lo escuché.
That's exactly what he said, Judge, that he couldn't hear.
Okay, I'm going to start over.
Yo voy a comenzar de nuevo, okay?
Mr. Espinoza Mateo, my name is Brad Gardner. I'm a magistrate court judge here in Clayton County.
Señor Espinosa Mateo, mi nombre es Brad Garner y yo soy un juez de primera instancia aquí en el condado de Clayton.
Okay.
Today is your first appearance hearing.
Esta es su comparecencia inicial.
The purpose of this hearing is to not take a plea in your case or to have a trial of your case.
El propósito de esta audiencia no es aceptar una declaración a cargos en su caso o tener un juicio en su caso.
The purpose of this hearing is for me to tell you what you've been charged with.
El propósito de esta audiencia es para que yo le diga cuáles son los cargos que se le han imputado,
To advise you of certain rights,
informarles cuáles son sus derechos,
to set bail on those offenses that I'm authorized to set bail,
fijarle fianza en aquellos delitos que se me permite fijarle una fianza,
to schedule a preliminary hearing,
programarle una audiencia preliminar
and to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney.
y determinar si usted requiere la asistencia de un abogado.
You have the right to remain silent and say nothing.
Usted tiene el derecho a permanecer en silencio y no decir nada,
But should you give up this right, anything you say during this proceeding may be used against you.
pero si usted renuncia a este derecho, cualquier cosa que usted diga durante este procedimiento podría ser usada en su contra.
So please don't discuss the facts of your case.
O sea que por favor no hable de los detalles específicos de su caso.
During this and all other proceedings, you have the following rights.
Durante este y todos los procedimientos siguientes, usted tiene los siguientes derechos.
To the presumption of innocence,
A la presunción de inocencia,
to indictment by a grand jury for most felonies or by accusation for misdemeanors,
a que el gran jurado le formule una acusación para la mayoría de los delitos graves o que se le formule una acusación para los delitos menores,
to a speedy and public trial by jury,
a tener un juicio sin demora, público y ante un jurado,
to see, hear, and question witnesses who are called to testify against you,
de ver, escuchar e interrogar a los testigos que sean citados a testificar en su contra,
to compel the attendance of witnesses to testify on your behalf,
a exigir la asistencia de testigos para que testifiquen a su favor,
to testify on your own behalf or offer evidence in your own defense,
a testificar en su defensa o producir pruebas para que sean usadas en su defensa
and to have an attorney to represent you.
y a tener un abogado para que lo represente.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one can be appointed to represent you if you qualify.
Si usted no pudiera contratarse un abogado, uno le podría ser nombrado si usted califica.
So, Mr. Espinoza Mateo, sir, you've been charged with 2 driving-related offenses.
Señor Espinosa Mateo, a usted se le acusa de 2 infracciones de tránsito.
These are both misdemeanor offenses.
Estos son 2 delitos menores.
The first charge is driving a vehicle without a valid license.
El primer cargo es de conducir un vehículo sin licencia de conducir válida
Bond is going to be set at $500.
y su fianza va a ser de $500.
You're also charged with failing to yield the right-of-way while turning left.
También se le acusa de no haber cedido el paso mientras doblabas a la izquierda.
The bond for this offense is also set at $500.
Y la fianza por este delito también es de $500.
You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning.
Usted va a tener una audiencia preliminar fija para el día 13 de diciembre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail.
Y esta audiencia se cancela tan pronto usted pague su fianza y salga, y usted recibiría un nuevo citatorio por correo.
Mr. Espinoza Mateo, would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Señor Espinoza Mateo, ¿quiere usted que yo vea si usted califica para nombrarle un abogado?
Después,
Okay. Mr. Espinoza Mateo, if you have a question about that, please ask.
Señor Espinoza Mateo, si usted tiene una pregunta al respecto, por favor, hágala.
pregunta, ¿no? Es que voy a pedir a mi esposa por pagar la fianza.
Repita, no tiene pregunta, pero ¿qué más dijo?
Que va a venir mi esposa para pagar la fianza.
Not a question, but my wife is coming to pay the bond.
Para salir.
Okay, so, sir, paying the bond has no connection to whether you're entitled to a lawyer or not. They're totally separate.
Señor, el pagar la fianza no tiene nada que ver con que si usted tiene el derecho a tener un abogado o no.
Okay, el abogado es como gratis. Oh.
The attorney is like for free.
Well, I have to make that determination. So if you want me to go through that process, I will. If you don't, you can represent yourself. You can hire your own attorney. These are all rights that are guaranteed to you.
Yo tendría que tomar esa decisión ya después que revisemos o hagamos el proceso. Y si usted quiere contratarse su propio abogado o quiere representarse a sí mismo, esas son cosas a las que usted tiene derecho.
Pues voy a pagar la fianza para salir.
I'm going to pay the bond to be released.
Okay. My question is about a lawyer, not about bond.
Okay, mi pregunta es con respecto a un abogado, no es con respecto a la fianza.
No tengo abogado, pero si califico.
I don't have an attorney, but do I qualify?
Are you currently working, Mr. Espinoza Mateo?
Señor Espinoza Mateo, ¿está usted trabajando actualmente?
¿Trabajando?
La pregunta es si está usted trabajando. ¿Trabaja usted?
Sí, estoy trabajando en el aire acondicionado. El aire acondicionado, más bien ahorita, en esta semana, ahorita estoy trabajando para sacarlo de la renta y pues de los gastos de mi familia también.
Usted dijo que en esta semana, no le pude entender, en esta semana está trabajando para pagar la renta y los gastos de su familia, ¿eso fue lo que dijo? I'm sorry, Judge, I'm having some issues being able to understand. But what Mr. Espinosa Mateo stated was that he works on air conditioning, and that this week he's working to pay his rent and expenses for his family.
Okay, would you just request of him that he simply respond to the question as asked?
Señor Espinosa Mateo, es muy importante que usted solamente responda lo que se le pregunta. Okay?
Okay.
How much do you make per hour?
¿Cuánto gana usted por hora?
Yo trabajo el día, $160 al día.
I work per day is $160 per day.
How many days a week do you work?
¿Cuántos días por semana trabaja usted?
Pues ahorita he estado trabajando 5 o 4 días.
Right now, I was working like 5 or 4 days.
I'm going to find that you qualify, Mr. Espinosa Mateo. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any other questions for me?
Señor Espinosa Mateo, yo voy a encontrar que usted califica y le voy a nombrar un abogado para que lo represente. ¿Tiene usted alguna otra pregunta para mí?
No.
No.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Gracias, señor. Puede retirarse.
Ms. Bermudez, that appears to be the only person we needed you for here today. Looks like it's going to be a reoccurring thing this week, so maybe I'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. You have a good day.
You too. Okay, let's bring both sides up. Okay. On the ladies' side, are they all just still in the dorms, or?
No, Your Honor. Deputy Hernandez, have the females come out and stand in 3 lines.
I don't know. I'm coming in the front, all right? What? I'm coming in the front.
Let me touch your knee, John.
Come here.
I need to be back. I'm going back to the dorm, right?
Yeah, take me back. I'm not gonna have you behind your back and everything.
Ms. Fowler,
Go back.
Ms. Fowler.
Yes.
You have Deputy Hernandez. You have Deputy Hernandez have the females stand in 3 lines and stand attention.
They're coming out.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now you just take your hand off your arm, off your skirt, and put your hands behind your back and stand in line. I'm gonna stand here, man.
Break it up.
Break the line off and stand right there. Just waiting on y'all. Put your hands behind your back, ma'am. Take your arms out.
Okay, looks like we're ready. Good morning, everyone. This is your first appearance hearing before the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. My name is Brad Gardner, and I'm a judge in this court. I'm here to inform you of the charges that have been filed against you, to advise you of certain rights, to set bail on those offenses that I'm authorized to set bail, to schedule a preliminary hearing, and to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney. You have the right to remain silent and say nothing, but should you give up this right, anything you say during this proceeding may be used against you. So please don't discuss the facts of your case. During this and all other proceedings, you have the following rights: to the presumption of innocence, to indictment by a grand jury for most felonies or by accusation for misdemeanors, to a speedy and public trial by jury, to see, hear, and question witnesses who will testify against you, to compel the attendance of witnesses to testify on your behalf, to testify on your own behalf, or offer evidence in your own defense, and to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford an attorney, one can be appointed to represent you if you qualify. Some of you will be allowed to post unrestricted bonds for your release from jail. These bonds may be posted by cash, commercial, or property. Some of you will have special conditions on your bond that prohibit you from contacting certain people or going to certain places. You will also be prohibited from contacting the victim while you're in jail. If you violate the court's order, your bond will be revoked and you can remain in jail until your trial. You could also receive additional felony charges. It is important to note that if someone is listed as a victim in your case, that person will not be allowed to post your bond. Some of you are charged with offenses for which this court is not authorized by law to set bail. In this event, a bond hearing will be scheduled before a judge of the Superior Court of Clayton County, and you will be informed of that date. If you are currently on active probation, this court is not authorized to set bond at this time. Where the bond is appropriate in your case will be reconsidered after your probation officer has had an opportunity to consider this new arrest. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to support the allegations against you. The standard at this stage is very low. A judge determining whether a charge goes forward at this stage only has to determine that it is possible that the crime occurred. Everyone has the ability to waive their right to a preliminary hearing. However, you should speak to a lawyer first if you are unsure about whether it is appropriate to waive your preliminary hearing. If you post bond, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived. You will receive notice at the address you give of your next court date. Finally, would everyone please raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm any statements you make during this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? Sir, in the orange, thank you. Do you swear or affirm any statements you make during this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's start on the ladies' side with Miss Billinger. Miss Billinger, ma'am, you're charged with 3 felony offenses and 1 misdemeanor. Cruelty to children in 3rd degree, that's a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. Cruelty to children in the 3rd degree, felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. Terroristic threats or acts is charged as a felony. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. And battery as a misdemeanor, bond is going to be set at $5,000. That's a total bond of $20,000. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond to stay away from Michael Billinger, Styles Callahan, and Chantikia Callahan or Calhoun. Do you understand that, ma'am? Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I want you to take a deep breath, ma'am. Take a deep breath. Okay. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yeah.
Are you currently working, ma'am?
No, I don't think I was doing short dancing. That's all I was doing. For that part. That's it. That's all I had. So the DoorDash, that's it.
Okay, ma'am, are you currently working? No. You said no? Okay.
No.
I'm gonna find that you qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
No.
Okay, ma'am, you're free to go back. Ms. Bruner. Ms. Bruner, ma'am, you charged with one felony count of possession of marijuana more than an ounce. This is one of those cases where I cannot set bond at this time because there's an indication that you were on probation. So bond is going to be denied pursuant to Georgia Code 17-10-1. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to also have a bond hearing date set for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yeah,
Are you currently working, ma'am?
yeah,
About how much do you make per hour?
516.
Okay. I'm going to find that you qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, no.
Okay, ma'am, you're free to go back. Ms. Connor? Ms. Connor, your case was charged as a misdemeanor, although theft by receiving stolen property of a vehicle is a felony offense. So with that being said, you are also showing as being on probation or parole. And so bond is going to be denied pursuant to Georgia statute 17-10-1. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to also have a bond hearing date set for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, but I'm unaware that I'm on probation. I just had all my cases in Clayton County dropped.
You said you just had what?
I just had all my cases in Clayton County dropped over the summer. I was unaware that I'm on probation.
Okay, give me 1 second. Ms. Connor, saying that you were arrested on May 17th of this year and July 28th of this year. And it says you were convicted, hold on, it says you were convicted on, what's that date? You were convicted on August 15th of this year with criminal trespass. You're given a suspended sentence of 12 months.
I don't know. She just told me she gave me time served and that everything was dropped.
Let's say, okay, so under Georgia law, a suspended sentence counts as being on probation, even though your sentence is suspended. You're still, you don't have to report or anything like that, but you're still considered to be on probation.
Oh, they never told me any of that. She told me I was free to go, that I had time served and that I could go home.
which was all true, but you still, it says suspended sentence, 12 months, confinement, 18 days, credit with time served, no additional jail time. That was
So, but they
on
never-
August. Okay,
So, I
ma'am,
mean,
ma'am.
I don't
ma'am.
understand. Is, oh, sorry.
Ma'am, all I can do is tell you what the law says. I can't, as a judge, I can't ignore the law. I do understand what you're saying. So, as it relates to this, let me come back to this because I'm gonna ask a question about whether you want me to appoint a lawyer or not. You want me to appoint you a lawyer?
Please.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yes, please. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Are you currently working?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna find that you qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Now, this is a discussion you need to have with your lawyer. The way that this statute works is that I can't set bond at this initial proceeding. Your lawyer can contact the, in this case, it'll be the district attorney's office, or your lawyer can contact the probation officer. And if they work out some kind of agreement, they can present that to the court. And 9 times out of 10, the court is going to sign it. But it's one of those things where I can't do it today, but it doesn't mean it can't happen tomorrow. Okay? Do you have any questions about that, ma'am?
Well, I don't know. When I was in intake, they gave me a bond. I don't know if I don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on right now, but I don't know.
So, and I'll tell you what was written on the, we call it a WAA, what was written on the form by the officer that made the arrest. The officer said theft by receiving as a misdemeanor, okay? But when you read the narrative, it says that you were in possession of a stolen vehicle. And what they mean by possession is that you were found sleeping in the vehicle, okay?
Right.
So when I read that, that is a felony. That is not a misdemeanor. If a theft is a misdemeanor, you get an automatic bond set by schedule is what they call it at $2,000. So whomever set the bond, they looked at the charge, but they didn't read the narrative. Okay?
Mhm.
So do you have any other questions, ma'am?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess not.
Okay, you're free to go back, ma'am. Ms. Dowdle Harris. Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of terroristic threats or acts, and it's being charged as a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. There's also going to be a stay away provision on this bond to stay away from a Dale Henson. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, please.
Are you currently working, ma'am?
Yes.
About how much do you make per hour?
14.
Okay, you do qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, you're free to go back. Miss Miss Elliott. Miss Elliott, ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of public drunkenness. This is a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. You're charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct. This is also a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. You're charged with 1 count of simple battery. That's a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. And you're also charged with 1 count of interference with government property, which is a felony. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. Because of the felony, your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out and receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Are you currently working?
Yes.
About how much do you make per hour?
$9.
Okay, I'm gonna find that you qualify, ma'am. Do you have any questions for me?
The felony charge that you're speaking of, what, government property was I interfering with?
The allegation is that while you were in the police car that you kicked in, I think the dome light, or it says, hold on. Says that while you're in the back seat of the patrol vehicle, that you caused damage to wires in the light, that you were kicking it and stumping in the back of the vehicle. So that's the allegation.
And the battery charge against who?
Police officer.
While being handcuffed, okay.
Well, it says that you kicked Sergeant Williams in the left arm, causing no visible injury.
This,
I'm sorry, ma'am. So, ma'am, these are the allegations against you. And this is why we go through this process as quickly as possible to get you a lawyer so you can speak to the lawyer and you can start defending yourself. Okay, is there anything else, ma'am? Okay, ma'am, you're free to go back. Miss Gaston. Miss Gaston, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. That's a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. You're charged with 1 count of disruption of the operation of a public school. That is a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. You're charged with simple battery. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. And you're also charged with bringing a weapon, being a pocket knife, onto school grounds. That is a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond to stay away from a Serenity Millen. Do you know that? I mean, do you understand that, ma'am? Your preliminary hearing date, because of the felony, is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you currently working? Okay. I'm going to find that you qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, you're free to go back, ma'am. Miss Lopez.
Yes.
Miss Lopez, ma'am, you're charged with 2 misdemeanor offenses and 1 felony offense. You're charged with 1 count of driving a vehicle while unlicensed. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. That's a misdemeanor. You're charged with 1 count of speeding. Bond is going to be set at $500. And you're charged with 1 count of simple possession of methamphetamine. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out and you'll receive a court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Please.
Are you currently working, ma'am? Okay, I'm gonna find that you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, ma'am. Okay, you're free to go back. Miss Randers? Ms. Randers, ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. This is a misdemeanor offense. Bond is gonna be set at $1,000. You're gonna have a preliminary hearing date set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. The date will get waived upon your bonding out and you receive a new court date in the mail. Now, ma'am, it says that you have been given a criminal trespass warning as it relates to this mobile home park. Don't go back there, ma'am. It's just gonna lead to your being arrested. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
Are you currently working, ma'am?
No.
You said no?
No, sir, no, sir.
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna find that you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, you're free to go back. Miss Riley? Miss Riley, ma'am, you're charged with 1 felony offense and 1 misdemeanor offense. You're charged with 1 count of criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree. That's a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $4,000. You're also charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. That's a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. Because of the felony offense, your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? Are you currently working, ma'am? Okay, I'm gonna find that you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
I got a question. Y'all
Yes,
do
ma'am.
OR bonds? Y'all do OR bonds here?
OR bonds are done on a very limited basis. And I'm sorry, ma'am.
So the only reason I was asking you was because I'm not even from this state. And last time I tried to get out here, they told me that my father had to come up here in person. He's not gonna be able to come up here. He works 7 days a week. So I was just trying to see if I was eligible for that. By chance, my first time getting in trouble. I already don't get in trouble, but I mean, it's up to you, you're the judge.
Well, it's actually not up to me. I have to run this by my boss. And based upon what I recall from your criminal history, I do not believe that you would be someone that you would consider granting an OR bond.
History, sir. So what are you speaking of?
Okay, give me 1 second.
I mean, I only been to jail for that shoplifting and the other shoplifting, but that was just for accepting, sir.
Okay, so ma'am, generally the way that an OR bond is viewed as like you're a college student and you got in a fight. It's not that I keep getting arrested and it's inconvenient for me to have to sit in jail. Okay. So I'm gonna deny your request. Is there anything else?
No, I'm trying to figure out how am I gonna my data, because they telling me I can't get out if I don't have nobody to come up here and pay my bond. I'm not gonna be, how much is my bond total for 6,000?
5,000.
5,000. Okay, so that whole 5,000, if I'm gonna get a bond, bill bond, everything has to be done in person.
Okay.
And when
And ma'am, what I recall, I think you were arrested with, was it 3 other individuals?
other individuals, sir,
I'm sorry, ma'am.
other individuals.
Okay, I have basically the same fact pattern with the same address with I think 2 or 3 other men.
Okay, well, I came in with 2. I don't know about the third party. I only came in with 2 of those.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am?
I don't know. You never answered my question really though. I'm gonna pay if if you don't come up here in person. They gonna how do I go about doing it online or something?
So I honestly, I have no idea how the bonding process works. I know that there are people in the jail that you can ask those questions of, who that's all they do every day, and they'll be able to answer that question for you. Okay, ma'am?
Mhm.
All right, you're free to go back, Ms. Riley. Okay, I think that completes the ladies' side. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, let's move over to the men's side. And we're gonna begin with Mr. Alvarez.
Oh, Mr. Alvarez. Your Honor, Mr. Alvarez.
Mr. Alvarez, sir, you're charged with 1 count of trafficking marijuana. This is one of those offenses where I am not allowed to set bond at this stage. So bond is gonna be denied pursuant to Georgia statute 17-6-1. You're gonna have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. Can we turn the volume down a little bit on the laptop? I'm getting some feedback. Okay, perfect. Can you still hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay. You're gonna have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're gonna also have a bond hearing date set for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer, or you're gonna hire your own lawyer?
I would like to see if I could qualify for right now.
Are you currently working, Mr. Alvarez?
No, I lost some of my money in the stock market. I'm in the forward exchange.
Okay. I'm gonna find that you qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
My family, I called my family yesterday and they told me that supposedly they paid the bond. So I don't know what, I don't know what's going on, or if they paid something that like, I'm sort of confused. That's why I'm asking this question.
So the allegation is that you had 82.14 pounds of suspected marijuana. Anything over 10 pounds is considered trafficking, and I am not allowed by statute to set bond. So,
I understand that. I understand that part. They said it's 80 what?
It says 82.14 pounds.
Okay, that's wrong, but okay, that's fine.
Okay. Is there any other question?
No, that's it.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Avery. Mr. Avery, sir, you're charged with 1 count of battery. This is a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. Hey, can we cut down the chatter?
Could y'all please quiet? Yes, Your Honor, I just talked to him.
Okay, thank you. So you're charged with 1 count of battery. This is a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond, a stay away from Ayana Leonard. Do you understand that, sir?
Correct.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning, that date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? Are you currently working, sir?
Correct.
About how much do you make per hour?
Like 18 to $19 difference.
Okay, I'm going to find that you qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, thank you.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back.
All right, thank you. I'm blessed.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown,
Oh, no, crimes. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
No.
Mr. Brown, are you Mr. Brown, Alan Brown?
Yep, yes.
Okay, Mr. Brown, sir, you're charged with 1 count of terroristic threats. This is a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $10,000. You're charged with 1 count of public drunkenness. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. You're charged with 1 count of an open container violation. Bond is going to be set at $500, and 1 count of disorderly conduct. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. There's going to be a stay away provision in this bond to stay away from a SUNY coolie. Do you understand that, sir?
Could you repeat that?
There's going to be a stay away provision on the bond to stay away from a SUNY coolie, and I understand from the facts of this case that you may not even know who that is, but that's the person in the store that you allegedly made a threat towards, okay? So that should be easy to do, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, could you tell me the store? I'm sorry, store?
Okay. Actually, it doesn't say, well, it says Walmart in Lovejoy. Yes.
Oh, Walmart. Okay.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, are you currently working, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
About how much you make per hour?
6.
I'm sorry, sir.
26 an hour.
That's on the edge. I'm going to find that you qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
Yes, sir. I want to know why the court date so far away.
So believe it or not, we have court hearings every day. And as you can tell from the number of people that you've seen, that there are a number of people that get arrested. So this is the next court date that's available. Other than that, we'd be having 100 people a day. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you bond out, that date is going to get waived and you'll receive a notice in the mail. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Now let's bring up Mr. Crimes. Mr. Crimes, sir, you're charged with 1 count of theft by conversion. This is a felony offense, and you didn't have a criminal history. I'm going to set the bond at $3,000. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. They will get waived upon your bonding out. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so whenever there's discussion in the background, it causes feedback on my end.
Judge, I can't, that's the jail. I can't, that's the jail. I'm gonna try to get him quiet, but we're in the jail, sir. So I'm trying to do my best.
Okay,
And that's my radio also too, so
okay,
try to keep it as quiet as I can. But the
okay.
inmates, they're banging on the doors and screaming and yelling. I mean, I can do my best, Your Honor.
I understand. Let's see if we can work around this. Is it? No. Well, let's just try to work with it. I'll work with it. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Grimes, sir, you're charged with theft by conversion. It's a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out. You'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
Are you currently working, Mr. Grimes?
Yes.
About how much do you make per hour?
5 an hour.
I'm sorry.
25 an hour.
Okay, I'm going to find that you qualify, Mr. Grimes. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay, you're free to go back. Mr. Dees.
Mr. Dees. Your Honor, this was the gentleman that I sent the email about that said that he's not a junior. I didn't know if you received that email for that.
Well, let me see. When I get started, I don't look at the emails, but I'm looking at it right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, nope, I did not receive. Let me see. Did I miss? I do not have the email.
Okay, it should be Mr. Dees and it should be Mr. Deshaun Williams.
Okay,
Both their last names are not correct.
okay. Are you, where did you go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you saying that Mr. Dees
Mhm.
is not the person that was arrested, or?
No, he's saying that is not his last name. That gentleman and Mr. Deshaun Williams is saying that is not their last names.
So, Mr. Dees, what is your last name, sir?
My last name is Dees, but I am not a junior, Your Honor.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
December the 9th, 1994.
That's the date of birth that's listed on the criminal history.
I guess they just, from speaking for a quick second, that he just said that he just put his name in the system wrong.
And it appears that may be the case because on your criminal history, it's not listed as a junior. It's just listed as Gerald Lee Dees. So I guess I'm gonna strike through the junior. But on the warrantless arrest affidavit, it does not list you as a junior. So it may be, as Deputy Ford said, that it was just an error of someone who was inputting information as you were going through this process. So you are in the system as Gerald Lee Dees. Okay. All right, sir, you're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault. That's as a That is a felony offense. Bond is going to be listed at $15,000. You're also charged with 1 count of cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. That is a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be listed at $5,000. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond to stay away from a Nigel Freeman. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently working, Mr. Deese?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to find that you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go back, sir. Mr. Haywood. Mr. Haywood, sir, you're charged with 3 felony counts of theft by receiving stolen property. Bond is going to be denied on each of those. You're also charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. That's a misdemeanor. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to also have a bond hearing date set for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
Are you currently working, Mr. Haywood?
I was, yes, I was.
About how much were you making per hour?
I had a daily pay of $120
You're saying you were making $120 an hour?
a day.
A day? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sir. I'm going to find that you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, why am I being denied a bond?
I looked at your criminal history. Let me go back.
With 3 children, and I'm a sole provider. So she doesn't work and she sits at home with 3 babies and babysit.
Okay.
I kind of try to figure out how to get out of here.
So you have 17 cycles, and just for your information, a cycle is each time that you have an interaction with law enforcement. And let's see. Your last arrest was then Lovejoy, misdemeanor possession of marijuana, and you were arrested. Hold on, you were arrested on November 6th of this year for failure to appear in DeKalb County on an open case.
That case was actually dropped and I have the proof of it at home. They told me to bring that back.
Okay.
That's why it was a failure to appear. I didn't know that it was a court date that had dropped. That was to get dropped.
Okay. And it looks like you also have, and it's from your history, but burglary and what was it?
Those cases are already handled and closed.
In California, yes.
Yeah.
So the allegation here is that you showed up at this establishment, Pars Cars, and that they believe that you took several items while you were there. And then,
Cars?
let me finish, please, sir. You asked a question, I'm trying to give you the information. And then it says that, they belong to an Antigua web, and that these items were pawned at Cash America Pawn in Jonesboro.
Not at all. I didn't take anything from anybody. Pars Cars should have cameras.
So, Mr. Haywood,
Yes,
again, we're not here to have a trial in your case. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. You asked me a question, I explained to you the answer.
there's no bond because of my history.
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay, you're free to go back. Mr. Lyons. Mr. Lyons, sir, you're charged with 1 count of theft by receiving stolen property as a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. You're also charged with 1 count of simple battery as a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. You're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault. Bond is going to be denied. You're also charged with 1 count of possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. And finally, you're charged with 1 count of armed robbery. And this is one of those offenses where I cannot set bond at this stage. The bond is going to be denied pursuant to Georgia statute 7-6-1. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond to stay away from a Michael Marcus. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to also have a, hold on. I apologize for that. Mr. Lyons, you're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to also have a bond hearing date. I'm going to initially set it for December 16th. However, that day may change because of the armed charge. It may need to be heard before one of the presiding Superior Court judges. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? Are you currently working, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much do you make per hour?
13.
Okay, I'm going to find that you qualify, Mr. Lyons. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. McDaniel? Mr. McDaniel, sir, you're charged with 1 count of family violence battery. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. You're also charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. You're going to have a stay away provision on this bond to stay away from a Hermesi Alley. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. The date will get waived upon you bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently working, Mr. McDaniel?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to find that you qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
Sir.
Okay, no? Okay. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, sir, you're charged with 4 misdemeanor offenses. You're charged with 1 count of theft by taking. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. You're charged with 1 count of theft by receiving stolen property as a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. 1 count of financial and transaction card theft. And bond is going to be set at $2,000. And 1 count of theft of lost or mislaid property. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out if you receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yeah.
Are you currently working, sir?
Yes.
How much do you make per hour?
17.
Okay, I'm going to find that you qualify, Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Perry.
Here. Oh, no.
Mr. Perry, sir, you're charged with 1 count of possession of marijuana less than an ounce. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is set at $1,500. You're also charged with 1 count of use or possession of drug-related objects. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is also set at $1,500. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? Are you currently working, Mr. Perry?
Yes.
How much you make per hour? I'm sorry, sir. Okay, I'm going to find that you qualify, Mr. Perry. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me, sir? Okay, you're free to go back. Deputy Ford.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible for someone to check and see on those CAA forms? Because I still haven't received them.
I did email him. Give me 1 second, sir, because I did email him.
Okay.
Okay, I can resend them to you, Your Honor. I think they might have given me they gave me your email. Let's see. Yes, sir. I sent it to your email. Let me see what happened to that. Yes, it says they're forward, Your Honor.
Let me see. Check my junk folder.
Open this up really quick. I'm gonna just re-forward it to you, sir.
Okay. All right. We're getting towards the end, and I know I'm going to have to complete this paperwork, and I'm going to need those.
I did. Okay. Let me see. Tell me if you get this, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll send it to you now. Did you receive that from Deputy Ford?
Let's see. Got it.
Okay. I don't know why I didn't send the first time, Your Honor, but I made sure it sent this time.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, who's the next person you need?
Mr. Pilcher.
Okay, here you go, Your Honor.
Mr. Pilcher, sir, you're charged with 1 count of simple possession of methamphetamine. This is a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. You're also charged with 1 count of use or possession of drug-related objects. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. Because of the felony, you're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently working, Mr. Pilcher?
Yes.
About how much you make per hour? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
$14, Your Honor.
Okay, you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back.
Satchel.
Mr. Satchel, sir, you're charged with 1 count of loitering or prowling. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. You're also charged with 1 count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That is a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $10,000. Because of the felony offense, you're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
Are you currently working, Mr. Satchel?
Yes, I am.
About how much you make per hour?
18.
Okay, sir, I'm going to find that you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Shepherd, sir, you're charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. You're charged with 1 count of obstructing an officer as a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. And you're charged with 1 count of simple battery, which is also a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently working, Mr. Shepherd?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much do you make per hour?
$12.
Okay, sir, I'm going to find that you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Jamar Smith. Mr. Smith, sir, you're charged with several felony offenses. You're charged with 3 counts of violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. And I'm going to set the bond at $10,000 apiece for each of those felony offenses. You're also charged with 1 count of use or possession of a drug-related object. That's a misdemeanor, setting the bond at $1,500. You're charged with 1 count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, setting the bond at $10,000. Charged with 1 count of use or possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime. I'm setting the bond at $10,000. And you're also charged with being in possession or control of a vehicle that has inoperable taillights. Bond is going to be set at $500. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, are you currently working, Mr. Smith?
No.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna find if you qualify, going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace, sir, you're charged with 3 felony offenses. The first is aggravated assault. Bond is going to be denied at this time on that charge. You're charged with 1 count of possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime. That's a felony offense. Bond is going to be bond is going to be denied on that charge. And finally, you're charged with 1 count of armed robbery. I am not allowed to set bond on that charge pursuant to Georgia statute 17-6-1. So bond is going to be denied pursuant to that statute. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to also, I'm going to set this bond hearing for December 16th. However, I believe it's going to have to be heard before a presiding Superior Court judge. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? Are you
Yes.
currently working, Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
How much do you make per hour?
14.
I'm going to find that you qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Wilkins. Mr. Wilkins, sir, you're charged with some of the same offenses as the other gentleman. However, you're in a different situation. So with the 3 felony charges, violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, bond is going to be denied pursuant to Georgia statute 17-10-1. The use or possession of drug-related objects, that's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, bond is going to be denied pursuant to Georgia statute 17-10-1. And possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, which is also a felony offense, bond is going to be denied pursuant to Georgia statute 17-10-1. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to also have a bond hearing date set for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
You currently working, Mr. Wilkins?
No, sir.
I'm going to find that you qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, what was the first court date you said?
December 14th. That's a Wednesday. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the bond hearing court date is on the 16th.
Yes, sir.
All right,
And
yes.
you should speak to your lawyer because sometimes they'll be able to work something out with the prosecutor that deals with everything at the same time.
Okay, all right.
All right, sir. You're free to go back. Mr. Williams. Now, Mr. Williams also had an issue with respect to his name.
Last name was Willis.
Willis.
It should be.
Oh, boy.
Actually, hold on, wait right there.
Ask him to give you his date of birth.
What is your birthday?
October 1st, 89.
October 1st, 1989. October 1st, 1989. 89.
That's what I have here. Let's see. All right, so it looks like The issue. Okay, the issue with I'll say Willis, okay? There are a number of names associated with him. There's,
Come on, step out here. Step in front of the That's not. Why? Step in front of the judge. Talk to the judge.
so, sir, a Deshaun Slater, a Deshaun Willis.
Yeah, them the only name.
Sir, please. Deshaun Williams, Deshaun Slater, Deshaun T. Willis, Deshaun Slater, and Deshaun T. Slater. So there's one of two things that's going on, sir. Your fingerprints have been listed to all of these names.
So Williams, that's the first time on the Slater. My last name is Slater at first. I was born with Slater, and my mom changed it to my stepdad last name with the Willis situation. I've been having that situation where I get booked in as Willis or Slater, but Williams is a whole different other. I never had Williams. That's where they messed up at that. I'm not no Williams. I have never been booked in as that name. Willis and Slater only been the names I've been booked under. That was a mistake they made. That's on something. That's the wrong person mistake they made.
Oh. We're going to proceed under the name of Williams.
Well, my name is Willis. I never had Williams. I never have got an ID of Social Security card or nothing under Williams. I never been booked in as under Williams. I only been booked in as Willis or Slater because my last name, I had a long thing with that. I was born under Slater, which is my mom's name. My last name, but my mom changed my name when I was 16 to Willis, to her husband's last name. And that's what the mistake I had with, but the Williams, I never been booked in as that. That's something else. I never have. I only been booked in as Willis and Slater.
I understand that, sir. I understand that. Today, you're being booked in under Williams, okay? The legal argument that you're raising is what's called a plea of misnomer, okay? So what that means is when this gets to the court side, have your lawyer file a plea of misnomer. I've never gone by the name of Deshaun Williams. I've never been known by the name of Deshaun Williams. My name is Deshaun Slater. And then they'll change it. Okay? Now, can we proceed?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're charged with 1 count of criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree. That is a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $4,000. And you're also charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. I've set the same bond amount as I did, I believe, for her name was Miss Riley. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yeah.
Are you currently working, Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay, sir, I'm going to find that you qualify. Going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go back. Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright, sir, you're charged Also, with criminal damage to property in the second degree, that's a felony offense. I'm setting bond at $4,000. Charge of criminal trespass, that's a misdemeanor. I'm setting the bond at $1,000. And you're charged with one count, of possession of a peel outside of the container. That's a misdemeanor offense. I'm setting the bond at $1,000.
Yes,
So-
sir, on that, I don't mean to interrupt.
Hold on. I'm
Yes, sir.
gonna let you speak, but at the same time, before that happens, I'm gonna caution you that this is being recorded. Okay?
Yes, I understand. I'm fully aware.
Okay, so you're gonna have a preliminary hearing date set for December 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
No.
Okay. Mr. Wright, I cut you off. What is it that you wanted to tell me, sir?
Yes, I wanted to know what was the if I was to waive my preliminary hearing right now, then how would I proceed forward? What I mean,
Go ahead.
what I mean is how would I proceed forth? Would I have another proceeding today?
No. So you have every right to waive your preliminary hearing. And if you were to do that today, you would sign that waiver. They'd send it over to me. I'd sign it. And then it goes back with your paperwork today. The Sheriff's Department gets that paperwork, that waiver, and then they will send your file over to the Superior Court of Clayton County. And then once it gets to the Superior Court of Clayton County, it'll get, at some point, they're probably gonna, what they call accuse it, meaning they can sit at their desk and write up the charges. And then
One more time. Can you repeat that, sir?
okay. If
I know I heard the debt. I heard the debt.
You said the debt?
Yeah, I thought you said the debt.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I did not. So let me start over. And maybe I said date, and just because of the way that I speak, it sounded kind of weird. You have every right to waive your preliminary hearing. If you were to do that today, you sign off on that form. They send it to me. I sign off on the form. And then I send that back to the Sheriff's Department. When they receive it, they will then prepare your paperwork to go to the Superior Court Clerk's office. And it goes to the DA's office. And at some point, your case will then get formally charged, assigned a judge, and placed on a court date.
Okay, I think that's what I want to do, sir. I want to waive my preliminary hearing, and I want to know if I made any statements as far as in regards of, because I want to be careful what I say.
Okay.
If I made any statements in regards of admitting any type of guilt in any form to my other two co-defendants that I was with, if I was to admit guilt to all of those charges, would that relieve them from liability?
The short answer to that question is possibly, but that's something that the district attorney's office will make a determination of. So that is a discussion that you should have with your lawyer, because, and I say that from this standpoint, I don't know the facts of your case other than what's printed here.
Yes,
So
sir.
I don't know if they have 10 video cameras going and recording everything. I don't know any of that stuff, so I can't answer that question for you. That's why it's best to put to your lawyer, so that your lawyer can then, through their investigation, be able to tell you whether they believe that's a good idea or not.
Okay, so it's not my intentions to hold you up or anyone else. So this will be my last question, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would like to know, I just did 10 years imprisonment.
Uh-huh.
And currently the reason why I was in the situation that I was in was because they just kind of like threw me out of there and I didn't have anywhere to go. So I was staying in that abandoned apartment. But
Hold on.
I understand clearly what I'm saying, sir.
Please.
Understand.
No, I appreciate that. I really do. But I'm
You would
gonna
rather
let
not for me to.
Right. My job is to answer any question. Your lawyer's job is to represent you. And before you get to the point of having the lawyer represent you, you're starting to get yourself into the facts of your case.
Okay, yeah. I don't mean to deviate. So like I was saying though, I just did 10 years in prison. And all I'm asking your honor is if you can have any leniency toward me, toward the bond, as far as could you set my bond as the lowest amount bond that could possibly be set for those charges, sir, those offenses?
Which honestly I did.
Okay, that was the lowest amount.
Well, I try to remain consistent with everyone so that what you're charged with doesn't mean that you're guilty or innocent. And so when we start changing stuff, people say, well, I got charged with the same thing. And as the other dude, and you set his bond at this, and you set my bond at something different. Why you treat me different? Why are you doing that? So
you know what I'm saying?
No, I do hear you. I do understand. And all I can say is that I'm not going to change it. I do understand your request. Now, again, your lawyer.
I'm representing myself, Your Honor. And so before I go, I just want to say that is a constitutional right to have a bond that is reasonable. If I have no income and I'm homeless and I just got out of prison, then how could a $5,000, $6,000 bond be reasonable for me?
Okay, so under that logic, all you got to do is just not have a job and go out and commit or get arrested. And I'm not saying commit, but get arrested 20 times and then come back out 20 times because you don't have a job. And I now should be setting a bond that allows you to go back out on the street.
But that's not the case. I haven't been arrested 20 times. And not for this. I've never been arrested for this offense.
Mr. Wright, if you were to allow me to appoint you an attorney, you may be able to get the stuff that you're trying to get.
No, I'm saying that would be at a later date. That would be the 14th. Today, I'm trying to get bonded out.
I understand. And I've set a bond.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, have a good day. Okay, that appears to end today's calendar.
Yes, John. We can start taking the gentleman back to 7.
Thank you.
Preliminary on way.
Well, I will see you tomorrow.
So the injunction, the temp was petitioner accepted notice in person. He is the respondent. It went to the sheriff's office. And my paperwork is showing that he was served on 11:30, November 30th at 11:15 a.m. Is that what you're showing? Or is there something different?
Well, I'm working a bit shorthanded in terms of the court file. I'm showing at least a filing of December 1st of that affidavit of service return served.
Yeah, if you'd like, I can go ahead and show you the proof of service. He was served on 11:30.
Okay, well taken, Judge.
I'm just double checking everything.
Yes, Your Honor. On its face of the arrest affidavit and the narrative from the officer, what this appears to be, at least on its face, Judge, is a property retrieval issue where Leo wasn't involved. I don't have much to substantiate that in terms of the photographs that were allegedly taken. I think there was some sort of communication error on that part. With that said, Judge, we do have some argument regarding the 2 underlying cases as well.
So I do find probable cause on the violation of injunction. Sir, I'm going to remind you, you're to have no contact with the victim whatsoever. I'm ordering you not return to the property. You maintain all conditions. No contact, no return, you possess no weapons. Weapons must have been surrendered if you had them. If there are children in common, no contact either for those reasons either. You must comply with that. But he is out on bond. Let's talk about the TR case, excuse me, the CT case and the CF cases. What do you want, state, which, do you want me to revoke his release on those?
The state would be asking that if you revoke his release, you would issue him a new bond. As for the DUI, I wouldn't see any reason for him to have to go before the trial judge again. But if you would like for him to be seen on the obstructing justice and the hindrance, that's understandable. The affidavit, he does violate the injunction based on the affidavit, but it doesn't appear that he made any aggressive contact. So I do believe that he is entitled to a bond, and I'll leave that at your discretion. He's not?
No, the rule in the statute read that you're not to violate your conditions of release. I could entertain it, but he's not legally entitled to one anymore.
Okay.
Just so we can.
Thank you for that.
Defense counsel, I'll hear from you as any arguments in support of why he should get a new bond or I should take no action.
Yes, Judge. Looking at the underlying CT case before Judge Gibson, this was a diversion rejection that occurred.
This is a new case.
And this was automatically reset for a pretrial that's set out February 16th. That case, Attorney Ledan is representing Mr. Hunan. It's our request for that case, and then I'll address also the CF case in addition, Judge. If you notice, all three of these cases are kind of gathered up within the same timeline, about a week. There was an exchange of events that occurred one after the other. And as I submitted to the court with, I think this is a property retrieval issue, at least that started all this over again. We're humbly requesting no action taken, or if Your Honor does take action, to may rewrite the bonds that are set in place, Judge. He is a business owner. He owns a nail salon. It's actually doubling down as his residence right now. So he's not residing anywhere near the home. He's actually staying at his business, his Couture Nails. We don't anticipate any further contact if that were going to be an issue. He actually was outfitted with a scram monitor as additional precaution.
Does he have a scram now?
They took it off him during processing, but they did put a scram on him. That was okay, and he actually went immediately after release, did his drug test, had the scram installed, and was compliant right away out of the gate. And so there are means of addressing contact issue if that's the court's concern. But when he came out, he was marching along in compliance, Judge.
He did have a double no contact order. He had the one in the criminal case, and then he had the one in the injunction.
Yeah, that's well taken, Judge. One of the challenges, I think, was the property issue, and it's why I kind of keep going back to that, is what's maybe spurred all this.
Is there an English issue where there should have been an interpreter at first appearance where I need to get one on, where he's not understanding that, or is he communicating? Do you understand you cannot go back and have any contact? You cannot go back to that home. If you work together and she's there, you can't go back there?
You may address the Judge.
Yeah, I thought like no contact order was like no calling and no.
No, you physically can't go there either.
I did not know. I thought like no calling and no seeing. You know, I just.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, this might be a due process issue. All right, I'm going to take no action on the DUI. In case number 2022 CF 1370, I'm revoking his release, but I will give him new bonds. On count one, I'm going to set bond at $5,000. Count two, I'm going to set bond at 150, and count 3, I'll set bond at 100. So in this case, bond is 5,250. I'm also going to, I set the bond with the conditions. You're to have no contact with her whatsoever. Defense counsel, we're going to generate a no contact that's written in English. If you can go over it with him before he's released. I'm going to, based on what defense said, he's also going to be placed on scram for both the new MM case and the old CF case. Anything else, defense counsel?
Defense judge.
All right. Can we print that up right away, or is that going to be a big deal? The no contact order? Can you go over no contact with him, hand it to him, to his attorney? Yes, you boss. Correct. Scram. MM is 500. With scram. Put down on the paperwork, court had concerns about defendant's ability to understand no contact based on English being a second language. Anything else, defense counsel?
Nothing defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead. Are we doing interpreters?
He was in the move up. He's a felony.
Barte, case number 22 CF 13992.
And Your Honor, if appointed, we would waive his appearance. Additionally, I do have a PC challenge for Mr. Barty.
All right, I'll appoint the services of the public defender in this matter. You may proceed.
Your Honor, the probable cause challenge is specifically to the second case, the aggravated battery with a motor vehicle. And the issue is that the object has to be have such an intimate connection with the person that it's regarded as part or as an extension of the person. I did pull up the standard jury instructions, and it does even give an example for cases where a vehicle drives into another vehicle. There needs to be information stating that that person was touched through force or impact, jolted or otherwise impacted through the transfer of energy. And the defense would argue there's nothing there. There's actually information to the contrary, because the person that was in the vehicle does get out of the vehicle and chase after the defendant in this case.
What says the state?
According to the affidavit, it says the defendant intentionally accelerated towards the victim. Victim jumped out of the way. The defendant then intentionally ran into the driver's side and rear of victim number 2's vehicle as victim number 2 sat in the driver's seat. So it was the state's understanding that that goes to victim number 2.
Yes, the person that's in the driver's seat. I'm not arguing with the facts that they're putting in there. I'm just stating that that's not enough to arise to PC for an aggravated battery with a motor vehicle.
Stand by, let me have another moment.
Yeah, there's one. That's what I was like, wait, what?
I'm overruling the challenge. I do find that there's probable cause. And I recognize where the confusion lie. Corrections, he's in on other charges, right? On Barty?
Just these two cases that he's in front of us today for.
Do you have a face sheet? Mine are out of.
Yes,
order,
Your Honor,
sadly.
I'll give you mine.
He just got out of DOC, and the court does have concern about the facts of this case, so I'm going to stay the bonds. Thank you. No contact with any victim or witness.
No.
Thank you. And then Dwayne Barty also has the aggravated battery, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, and grand theft. I'm staying those bonds in case 22 CF 13979. Thank you. Who do I have at the room with you?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Fuller.
Thank you. And yes, I stayed all of those. And defense counsel waived his appearance. So this is Mr. Fuller.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Fuller, you're here for new charges of burglary of a conveyance and trespass on a structure or conveyance. I do find that there's probable cause. You're also already out on bond on loitering and prowling. And
ROR.
you're already on bond or some term of release on the burglary of a structure and petty theft and a loitering and prowling. It sounds like he has something to say. Defense counsel, do you want him to say anything else before I go
No
ahead?
defense, I'm representing myself, Your Honor.
Any other competency hearings? Sir, have you ever represented yourself before?
Many times.
Do you have any legal training?
I've been in forensics for about 20 years.
And
I'm an applicant with the Sheriff's Department, and they said, no, I've got a job, a family, I get benefits, disability, EBT, I've got everything going for me.
so do you understand what the
The
maximum?
only thing that happens to me is I was released. I went to the bus stop and waited for days
Sir, I would advise you.
trying to catch a bus back to my home.
Does he have any comp issues?
Your Honor,
OPD comes up to me 5 at a time.
Yes, no.
I'll plead guilty to the charges, but you better take it easy on me because I'm
I don't see
getting
any current
tired of it.
So I'm going to appoint a public defender. I have concerns
No.
about your competency. We'll give you
No,
a Faretta
no,
hearing
there's
on
no
different.
insanity plea here.
All right, I'll go
I
ahead.
plead guilty to the charges. Sentence me right now.
I'll deny that request. We'll stay the bonds on the new charges then in case number 2022 CF 12397AO. Are you waiving his appearance at this point since he was taken out for behavior?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to take no action on the felony charge since nothing has been done, which case ending in 397. And then there's case number 2022 MM8062AO, the LNP.
Oh, Your Honor, he was actually time served on that case.
All
I
right,
was
so
entered in
take-
error.
Again, I'll take no action on that then. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm really sorry. I couldn't hear you when you announced the bonds.
I'm staying them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In stacks. Okay, what's your name, sir?
Soldani.
Corrections, can you put these in some kind of order for me? They're not working. Okay, sir, you're here in case number 2022 CF 1363AO for a charge of robbery with a weapon. Do you need a public defender to help you with these criminal charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. Probable cause has been found. You're currently at no bond. What says, state, are you seeking to keep him held at no bond?
Yes, Your Honor,
And your basis?
sorry, I need the, yeah.
Is it because it's a punishable by life offense?
It's because of that, it's because it is punishable by life, but it also, he does have a history and, I have. This is a warrant, not an FT. I thought it was a failure to appear. I'm sorry, but, yes, we would be asking that the bond remain at none.
What says the state defense?
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have enough information to, we would ask for a bond to be set, but I do understand this is a punishable by life offense.
All right, based on that, I'll continue to hold him at no bond. You're to have no contact and no return to the scene of the crime. Thank
Sure.
you. PD's appointed. Yep. You can keep that. Are these in order now?
Yeah, the move up.
Thank you. I got confused. Latoya Jimenez,
Yes, ma'am.
do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to speak a little bit louder with the mask. Your voice is muffled. You're here for a charge of sale and delivery of cocaine. You do have a bond in that case. It's $2,500. It looks like your bondsman came off that bond.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have case number 2022 CF 6639 for another charge of sale and delivery of cocaine, which was alleged to have occurred on or about March 3rd. Your bond in that case is $1,000, and it looks like your bondsman came off that bond.
Yes, ma'am.
The public defender's office will continue to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Kylie Peroni.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Tell me what your name is.
Hello, my name's Kylie Perron.
Your case number is 2022 MM927AO. You missed your court date for a charge of battery domestic violence. Do you already have a public defender?
I just got here yesterday, so
Okay, do you want a public defender, a lawyer?
yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. So in that case, your bond is $2,000. I am going to consider modifying that. In case number 2022 MM,
Your Honor, I apologize. I believe this was reset. I was not given the information why it was reset. Do you have that?
she violated her pretrial release. She failed to appear, so we're gonna stay that bond at $2,000. Thank you. They did it twice, I know. I saw that. All right, thank you. The next person is James Savage. Give me a stack of those. Okay, thank you. You can hand me a stack.
Dominique, I don't have it either.
Hmm?
I don't have it either. As to why it was reset. Yeah, I don't have it, but I'll ask. Because if it was for PG, yeah, if someone answers me, I'll let you know.
I'll give him a time served offer on the city charge if he would like. Are you Mr. Savage?
Yeah,
Hi, Mr. Savage. Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case? Do you want a public defender, yes or no?
yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. You were arrested for open container of alcohol. I find probable cause. If you would like, that's a withhold time served offer. I also find probable cause for possession of MDMA. Your bond in that case is $1,000.
Yeah, but that wasn't mine. That was that girl.
I'll give you a moment to speak with your attorney. Let me know what he wants to do. I can set a bond of 100 on the alcoholic beverages if he does not want to take a plea so we can get credit.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm gonna
Okay,
take a
Mr.
plea.
Mr. Savage, it's only to the open container. She's off the possession. She's gonna stay the bond. You have a bond on the possession, but you would have to. you would be going over the- Is that something that you want to do?
Okay, well, let's get that over with.
Okay, so it's a withhold of adjudication, and that means it's gonna go on the record without a conviction. Okay, you're gonna be giving up all your rights to.
What says defense on the MO case?
Your Honor, he'd like to take a plea in that case. I was just quickly going over this.
Sure, I'll give you a moment.
You're giving up all your rights for the trial because you be resolved in that case. Okay? And if you're not a United States citizen,
Please, catch up on the signing.
you're not under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication, is that correct?
No.
Let me know when you're ready, and I'll go ahead and start asking the story.
Any extra?
And he wants a public defender, he said, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, how do you plead to the crime of possession of open container? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
Open container?
Guilty.
And did anybody force you to say guilty?
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now?
No.
You need to answer loud enough so I can hear you, or I'll have to reset your hearing.
No. ma'am.
And you entered a plea of guilty. Do you understand if you were on probation at the time you committed that offense, by
Oh.
entering a plea today, your probation would be violated?
Yes,
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation?
yes, ma'am.
I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit, time served. I'll give you until December 31st of 2023 to pay your court cost in that case.
Yes.
However, on the offense for possession of MDMA, you're going to remain at $1,000 fine. Thank you. Your attorney can further assist you.
Okay.
Thanks. After that, I have Bobby Carr.
Bless you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Carr. You're here for criminal case number 22 CF 13989. Would you like a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them to assist you in this case. You were arrested for charges of robbery, elder abuse of a disabled adult, as well as battery domestic violence. You are entitled to bonds as to all counts. Is there any witnesses on Carr? I see no response. So I'm ordering no contact with the victim, must maintain separate residence. You cannot go back there. You're also not allowed to have any weapons. You're to have no contact with the witness. On count 3, I'm going to set a bond of $1,000. The remaining bonds are stayed, so your total bond is $8,250 with those conditions. If you own any weapons, Mr. Carr, they must be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail to law enforcement. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, may we have a one-time return with law
I'll
enforcement?
deny that request. Based on the facts that. No, yes. Your name, please. Mr. Dennis, good morning. You're here for charges of battery, domestic violence, and neglect of a child. I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender. Let me run through the questions again. How many people do you support?
I'm sorry?
How many people do you support? I'm trying to determine if you qualify for a public defender.
Do I support, like, just my family, just my daughter
I don't know. Okay, so just your daughter, any significant others?
and my girlfriend, that's it.
So that's 2 dependents. And you're paid every 2 weeks? Is that true?
Yeah, every 2 weeks.
You do qualify for the services of the public defender based on your answers. Ma'am, what is your name?
My name is Alicia Rosario.
Ms. Rosario, please raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
State any questions for Ms. Rosario.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before we proceed on moving forward, may I speak?
Hold on just a moment. You're going to need to speak into the microphone and the attorneys are going to ask you questions. You may proceed, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Are you seeking to have contact with Mr. Dennis?
Yes, ma'am. That is my boyfriend, and he provides for me and my family and my daughter.
If he didn't provide for you, would you still want contact with him?
Yes, he will provide. That he does everything.
into
Me
the
and him are
microphone.
both hardworking.
Ma'am, turn the microphone towards you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Yes, he provides for me and my family very hard. We both have 2 jobs. He has a job and I have a job, and we both provide for our family. At this point, I feel like I'm being harassed with false allegations against me, and this can't violate his probation because these are false allegations. I can't even focus on my mental health. My daughter's birthday is coming up. She's about to be 1 year old. Me and my boyfriend love our daughter very much, and this is hurting me the most with these false allegations. And me and my boyfriend are literally the best parents for my daughter, and we do everything for her. Therefore, nothing happened, and I'm here today to let you guys know that I love my family very much, and if there was a crime to report, I will tell you guys. That's why I did not go to anybody, for the fact being I was safe, and my daughter nor my boyfriend were with me.
Any questions for from the defense counsel?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, corrections, what's he on probation for?
It looks like he is on probation for willful child abuse.
And that just started on the 18th
Of October, Your Honor.
October?
That's correct.
All right. I do find, since probable cause has been found, and I have to consider the date you were placed on probation, I'm gonna do an on-view violation of probation. You're being held at no bond in case number, do you have a case number to put on record?
It must be 21 CF 014784.
So you're being held at no bond. On these new charges, you are entitled to a bond on the battery domestic violence. I'm setting that bond at $1,000, so your total bond is $2,000. You're to comply with the Department of Children and Families investigation. You're not to possess any weapons. Ma'am, I'm ordering no contact with the victim. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll give you a one-time return as long as you have a law enforcement officer accompanying you. And any weapons and ammunition you own must be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. But you're being held no bond on your VOP. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I speak?
You may speak.
Hello, I'm here today to tell you guys that whatever you guys got, that is not me. And I'm here today to tell you guys that my boyfriend and I are a loving family, and he helps with my bills to provide for my daughter. And if an incident were to ever occur, I would never, ever put my daughter in any danger.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I hope you and your family stay well. Thank you. We concluded the hearing. We're done with the hearing. Thank you. We're done with your hearing. Thanks. DeShane Sands is next. Do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I'll go ahead and begin with case number 2022 MM8105AO. You're here for a charge of battery. And your bond in that case is going to be stayed at $500. You're not to possess any weapons, and you're to have no contact with the victim in that case. And then you have a second case that I'm addressing. That case number is 2022 CF 12250AO for charges of aggravated assault dating violence and battery dating violence. These offenses were alleged to have occurred back on October 18th, and probable cause has already been found. I'm ordering that you have no contact with the victim of this case, that you cannot go back to where the victim lives, works, or is known to frequent, and you're not allowed to have any weapons. Any weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Mr. Sands, that concludes your first appearance. Your public defender can assist you further. 4 hours. After that, I have Coy Valentine. Valentine is next.
If you don't have them, they can let you know what they are.
On Valentine, are you Coy Valentine?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here for charges of battery, domestic violence, and possession of cocaine, as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry for the interruption. So I'll appoint a public defender. I do find that there's probable cause. Is the victim present? No response. For the charge of battery domestic violence, you are entitled to a bond. Based on your history, I'm setting that bond at $500. I'm ordering that you have no contact with the victim, Asaji. You must maintain a separate residence. You're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons must be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. And I'll give you You don't live with Asaji, do you?
No, man, we was just, well, we was until this incident. No, no.
So we'll keep those conditions with nothing more. And then on the possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia, having found probable cause, I'll stay the bond on count 1. On count 2, I'll modify to $100. Thank you, Mr. Valentine. That concludes your.
Enjoy your day.
You too. Don't mind that I'm writing on the paper. The next person is Henry Vasquez. Are you Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Vasquez, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. Is Jessica Rulon present? No response. All right, I find probable cause for the charge of felony battery. This is domestic or dating in nature, so here are the conditions. I'm setting your bond at $2,000. I'm ordering no contact with the victim, maintain separate residence. You're not to have any weapons. If you do own any weapons, they must be surrendered to law enforcement within 4 hours of your release. Mr. Vasquez, I will allow you a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. After that, you're to have no contact. Thank you.
Your Honor, what was that bond amount? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, 2,000.
Thank you.
Sir, what is your name?
David Confessi?
Is that spelled Cofresi?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here for a charge of battery domestic violence. I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender, but let me ask you some questions. How many people do you support?
Just myself right now.
Okay, at the
I
time,
used to support my girlfriend.
up until the time of your, so you don't support, how long have you not supported her for?
This happened yesterday, so,
So you, but before you were arrested, you supported one person, right?
yes, the
And
house.
how often are you paid?
Say it again?
How often are you paid?
Weekly?
And your take-home pay is 700?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he qualify with one dependent? You do qualify for the services of the public defender. They'll assist you with this case. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. I do find that there's probable cause. Based on some of the history that I'm seeing, I'm ordering that you have no contact with the victim. You must maintain a separate residence. You cannot go back to where she lives, but I will allow for a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer from your jurisdiction.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to have any weapons. Weapons are to be surrendered within 4 hours, and I'm setting your bond at $1,000. Thank you, Mr. Confessi.
And he did qualify for PTR, Your Honor.
His bond is $1,000. Thank you. Yes, no, maintain separate residence. The one-time return with law enforcement. Patience Haynes is next. Ms. Haynes, good morning. You're here in case 22MM8092 for a charge of battery domestic violence. Sir, what is your name?
Daniel Marino.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. Ms. Haynes, do you need a public defender to help you with your case? That's a lawyer.
I guess so.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. If at any point you don't want a public defender, let me know. Mr. Marino, how do you know Ms. Haynes?
We're a boyfriend and girlfriend.
You're the boyfriend?
Uh-huh.
So we'll have you raise your right hand to get sworn in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
And were you living together at the time of this incident?
Yes.
Are you in fear of her?
No.
You'll need to answer out loud.
No.
Do you want to continue living together?
I do.
Do you feel safe living together?
Yes.
Were drugs or alcohol a factor in any of this?
I was drunk.
I'm sorry, what?
I was drinking.
You were, was she?
No.
All right, thank you. State any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, you covered it.
Defense counsel, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to put her on straight pretrial release. Here are your conditions. You're to have no hostile contact with your boyfriend. You're not to possess any weapons. If you do own any weapons, you need to surrender them to law enforcement within 4 hours of your release. Do you understand what no hostile contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Sir, do you have any questions for me? She will be released today.
Perfect. I was wondering, you said pre-trial, so there could be another trial?
She's on pretrial release, and there will be there may be other hearings. That's a decision for the state attorney's office to make. They
Okay,
don't make that decision today.
okay,
All right, thank you. Good luck to you.
thank you. Oh,
Andre Tucson. I think I mispronounced your name. Please tell me your name.
Your name?
Anjuri Tumun.
22 MM 8103. Would you like a lawyer to help you with your case?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. Sir, please raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name, please.
Jesse Duran Gonzalez.
And how are you related to Miss Tunin?
She's my wife.
Are you afraid of her?
No.
Were you living together at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Do you want to have contact with her?
Yes.
I see that there are children. Do you have any fears for your safety at her hands?
No, it's just me. I've already removed myself from the house, Your Honor. I already moved stuff out. I'm living now in our motorhome out on the property.
Okay, so do you want to live separately from her?
Yes, Your Honor, yeah.
And do you want to have any contact with her?
I do. But I've already, yesterday I went to the courthouse and I pulled papers for a divorce. That's what probably stemmed this whole incident.
All right. Any objection to her being released without having to post any money?
No objection, no.
Do you have any, so I'm going to put you on straight pretrial release. You're to have no hostile contact. You can't do anything to harm, threaten, or intimidate your husband. I know divorce must be stressful, but you can't do anything to harm, threaten, or intimidate him. You're also not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. You're going to maintain separate residence on the same property, is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to live separately, but you can contact, especially for purposes of the children, but it's no hostile contact. Do you have any questions?
No.
Sir, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That concludes this first appearance. After that, I have Dwayne Barty. I felt like I did that one. I did do that one. My paperwork's out of order. Jamie Copeland.
No, it's Copeland.
What's his time served on the MO case? Are you Mr. Copeland?
Well,
Do you need a public defender to help you with your new charges for aggravated assault with a firearm?
yes, ma'am. I didn't know I even had those charges.
All right, you're here for a charge of aggravated assault with a firearm. I do find that there's probable cause in case 22 CF 13991. I'm ordering that you have no contact with victim Williams and that you not possess any firearms. If you do, they need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. On that case, he is entitled to a bond, but he also has detainers on an MO case and the possession of MDMA. The possession of MDMA case number, so on the aggravated assault with a firearm, I'm setting bond at $4,000. In case number 2022 CF 12466AO, he has the charge for possession of MDMA. It's showing that he does have a public defender. He's out on bond. What says defense on that charge?
We'd ask for no action to be taken, Your Honor. These charges are not related. The case that he's out on bond for is just a possession. I'm not sure that, if you give me 1 second, I can be sure.
They're not related.
Um,
But he was out on bond at the time he committed that offense.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand. There's been no charges filed in this case. It is taking the state a long time to make charging decisions on possession of drug cases because they have to wait until the testing gets back from FDLE, so we'd ask for no action to be taken.
I'm going to deny that request based on the history. In case 22 CF 12466AO, I'm revoking his release and I'm holding him at no bond. And then he has an open case. That case number is 20, can I see the paperwork back? It's okay. That case is 22MO5560AO. He has a charge for resisting officer without violence. It's a city charge if he would like to resolve that case. I would do a adjudication credit time served of 3 days. In the alternative, his bond is $1,000. I'll give you a moment to confer on that.
In your honor, you said that was an adjudication?
Yes, it might be more days than that, but yes, it's a time served offer.
So she's saying that, okay, hold on. Okay, so you have a case, it's an ML case, it's resisting. She's gonna give an adjudication credit time served on that case. And do you want to take that or do you want? Okay.
I borrow.
Yeah, there's nothing. No. Put your mask back on.
I'm just throwing paper.
Okay, I understand. Sir, you're gonna have to listen to me. It is only the bond as far as paying the fee, okay? Okay. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? I'm not telling you.
Okay, perfect.
What says defense counsel?
Your honor, I have not had an opportunity.
Okay.
Sir, do you want to take this offer or no? I'm not talking to you about that case, I'm talking.
We're only talking about the MO case is what I'm understanding, the resisting officer without violence.
Understand that you just revoked my bond on that possession, man. And
Your honor.
I take care of my kids. No,
Right.
I run a business.
We'll go ahead and just stay the bond on the resisting. Thank you, and we'll maintain the plea of not guilty. He can go before the trial court.
So for the possession you give me, you gonna stay my bonds?
Sir.
The next person is Melvin Cumba Santos.
What about the resistance?
She's not gonna take it because you weren't listening.
I said yes.
I understand, but she wouldn't listen to what you were saying.
You okay, defense counsel, you okay?
I'm fine, your honor, thank you.
Thank you. If you need a break, let me know. 22 CF 13997, are you Melvin Cumba Santos?
Yes.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of fentanyl as well as possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell or deliver and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I'm going to stay all your bonds. Your total bond is $16,500. You're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have any drug paraphernalia. Sir, that concludes your first appearance. And that was for charges of fentanyl, possession of controlled substance with intent to sell, and paraphernalia. The next person is Malik David. Mr. David, good morning. You're here for a charge of grand theft motor vehicle. Do you need a public defender, a lawyer, to help you with your case? I'll go ahead and appoint them. I do find probable cause. Defense and state, any objection to pretrial release?
No, your honor.
State?
No, your honor.
All right, you qualify for pretrial release. I'll go ahead and put you on pretrial release. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear for all future court dates. Thank you.
Any conditions with that, your honor?
No, just don't know enough about it.
Okay.
Matthews Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. You were arrested for scheme to defraud as well as grand theft motor vehicle in case number 2022 CF 13981. Would you like a public defender to help you with these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. I'll stay the bonds. The bond is $10,000 on count 1 and $150 on count 2. No contact with any victims or witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Davis. After that, I have Gary Gangley.
I don't know. Let's say we gotta go home.
Did my cheat sheet fall down there? Do you see it?
No, your honor.
I don't see the paper. Oh, well. Oh, there it is. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell me what your name is?
Jadarius Kiwan Glasgow.
What is it?
Jadarius Glasgow.
Give me 1 moment. What happened to Gary Gangliff?
They're looking for him, Your Honor. He didn't answer.
All right, we'll pass on that.
Your honor, I do have a probable cause challenge on this case.
Let me go ahead and put the case number on record. Case number 2022 CF 14011. Sir, you were arrested for attempted homicide, aggravated assault with a firearm, and grand theft 3rd degree. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint them. State your grounds, defense.
Your Honor, there's probable cause challenge for the attempted homicide. The victim was shot in the legs, and the victim even stated that Mr. Glasgow fired at his legs and then dropped the firearms. For that reason, there are no facts in the four corners of the document that arise to an attempted homicide.
What says the state?
The defendant successfully used deadly force to shoot the victim. It's our position that it does meet the standard for attempted homicide, and we would ask that he be held at no bond.
John Paul stated he believed Darius was trying to kill him. I'll go ahead and overrule the objection from defense counsel, and find probable cause on attempted homicide, aggravated assault with a firearm, and grand theft. He is 20 with some CJ history. What says defense as far as monetary bond?
Your Honor, based off of the fact that he has CJ history, and this appears to be the first adult history, and the facts of the case, again, I do know that the court overruled the probable cause challenge, but he did aim at the legs of the victim. He did not aim at the chest or anything in any instance to kill him. We would ask for a bond to be set in this case. And Your Honor, we would be asking for a bond not more or close to $15,000 in this case. And Your Honor, before I forget, after this, may we take a 1-minute break? I just need to plug up my laptop. Or I can-
I am going to give him a monetary bond. On the attempted homicide, I'm going to set his bond at $60,000, 60,00.00. On the on the aggravated assault with a firearm, I'll set that bond at 150. On the grand theft, set bond at 150 for a total of $60,300. You're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses in this matter, and you're not to possess any weapons or any ammunition. If you do, they must be surrendered to law enforcement. Thank you. Within 4 hours of your release.
I'm done.
I'll give you that.
Your Honor, I ran and did it while you were looking.
Okay,
down.
well, I was looking down.
Yes.
What, did we find Gary Gangliff?
Yes.
Are you Mr. Gangliff?
No, no.
What's your name, sir? Hi, good morning. Tell me what your name is.
My name is Leroy Green.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Green. Mr. Green, you're here in case number 22 CF13990AO. You were arrested for a charge of aggravated assault with a firearm. I do find that there's probable cause. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes.
I'll appoint the services of the public defender. I'm ordering that you have no contact with the victim and that you not possess any weapons, including firearms and ammunition.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
entitled to a bond on this matter. I'm setting your bond at $5,000. Thank you.
You're welcome.
After that, I have James Hamilton, right?
This is Gangley.
They have Gangley.
Okay.
Honor.
Going
Gangliff.
back to Gary Gangliff. Yes.
Say that again?
Sorry, I'm like losing paperwork everywhere. Case number 22 CF 138450. Sir, would you like a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here for charges of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. Probable cause has already been found. State, are you seeking to hold him at no bond?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that it remain at no bond.
It is first-degree murder.
He has known aliases, and this is also punishable by life. His conviction history is also extensive.
All right, what says defense?
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
All right, we'll reserve the right for a hearing on that, but you'll be held at no bond. Thank you. After that, I have James Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, good afternoon. You're here for 2 counts of grand theft motor vehicle alleged to have occurred between July 5th and July 8th. Let me retract that. 1 count of grand theft motor vehicle, 1 count of grand theft. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. On count 1, I'll stay the bond at $3,000. On count 2, modify to $150 for a total of $3,150. Please keep in mind that I am aware that you are on probation in Seminole County, so there might be a hold on you. After that is Hawkins. Levon Hawkins is next. If this helps now that I have this. Oh, what, sir? Mr. Hamilton, I do need to let you know that there are some conditions, that Mr. Hamilton. Yeah. You're Mr. Hamilton, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, there's no contact with any victims or witnesses in that case. And no return to the scene of the crime. Levon Hawkins is next. If he wants to plea to the open container, I will go ahead and do a time-served plea. Do you want to talk to him about the open container?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, was that an adjudication?
Yes. No, I'll withhold.
Your Honor, he'd like to take it. May I have a moment?
Okay, but he does have, he was just ROR'd on a meth case like a week ago. So he's out on bond too.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hawkins, how do you plead to the charge of, I find probable cause for open container of alcohol? How do you plead? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And did anybody force you to say no contest?
No.
Do you understand if you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, by pleading today, your probation would be violated? Do you understand that?
If you're on probation, this can violate your probation.
Yes.
And I did see you sign the form. Did you read the plea form?
Yes.
Corrections, may I have the form?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. If you're not a United States citizen, do you understand you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today? Do you understand that?
Yes.
In this open container case, I will withhold adjudication, give him credit time served, pay your court costs by December 31st of 2023. And in case number 2020, CF 13988, I find probable cause for possession of MDMA. I'm going to stay that bond at $1,000. In case 2022 CF 13697 AO, I'm revoking your release based on your history and the facts of this case. I will give you a new bond of $1,000. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. After that, I have Ty Lamont Hillman. Mr. Hillman, I'm going to be addressing 3 different case numbers. Do you want a public defender to help you with all of your charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'll begin with case 22 CF 13983. You're here for count 1, fraud or swindling in obtaining property of more than $50,000. Count 2, grand theft of $100,000 or more. Counts 3, 4, 5, and 6, falsely identifying himself as a contractor. Probable cause has been found. I'm going to stay all of those bonds. So the total bond in that case is $60,200. In case number 21, but I do need to talk about the conditions in that case. You're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses. What? And no return to their properties, and no weapons. Thank you. In case 21-02948, officers did an on-view violation of probation for your Seminole County case. You're being held at no bond. And in case number 2022 CT6836, you have a charge of driving with license suspended with knowledge. I do find probable cause. Bond in that case is being stayed at $500. Defense counsel, do you want me to give him a best interest plea offer on the CT case? I would do a withhold credit time served.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll maintain the plea of not guilty and stay the bond at 5. After that, I have Javon Hines.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon, Mr. Hines. Give me just a moment to find your case. Do you know if you need a lawyer to help you with your charges?
Yes, ma'am. I was appointed a public defender.
Okay, so you filled out the paperwork. I'll go ahead and appoint them.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you were arrested for a charge of burglary of a conveyance, possession of burglary tools, petty theft, and criminal mischief. That was all alleged to have occurred on or about December 2nd. I do find probable cause. I'm going to stay those bonds. I'm ordering no contact with any victims or witnesses. Additionally, no return to the scene of the crime. Sir, you are out on bond already in case number 2022 CF12138. One of the conditions of being out on bond is that you're not to commit any new law violations. Defense counsel, do you want to be heard on that?
Your Honor, we would ask for no action to be taken. If action is taken, we'd ask for a new bond to be set.
The action I'll take is I'm going to revoke his release. He does have an arraignment upcoming, and he'll remain at no bond status.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have a court date, Your Honor, on January?
They'll arrange for you to go to the courthouse. Thank you. Your court date is January 3rd. After that is Amanda Kinnaman.
Bonded, Your Honor.
After that is Zachary Cruzen. Mr. Cruzen, good afternoon. Would you like a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender to help you. I do find probable cause for a charge of aggravated assault with a firearm. I have considered your history and the facts of this case. I'm setting your bond at $4,500. You're not to return to the scene of the crime, the 7-Eleven. You're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses. And also, I'm ordering that you not possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have any, they're to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Mr. Cruzen, do you have any questions?
Nope. Didn't say no.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next case is Luis Ortiz Borges. Will he not qualify for PTR?
He did not qualify as an active warrant.
Okay, what's the warrant?
It's out of Puerto Rico.
All right. Sir, you're here for a charge of possession of cocaine. Do you need a public defender, Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. I'm staying the bond at $1,000. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear for all future court dates. After that, I have Aaron Nathaniel Rakimlon.
You bonded, Your Honor.
Jeremiah
Robinson, also bonded.
Leroy Royal.
Mental health, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we'd waive his appearance.
All right, in 2022 CF 14014, I'm going to appoint the services of the public defender. I find probable cause, I'll stay that bond. at $1,000. PDs are waiving. After that is Omar Smith. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, you ma'am.
Good afternoon, you're right. Using PTD. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. You were arrested for charges of fleeing and attempting to elude a police officer, driving with license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender, possession of MDMA, and resisting officer without violence. That case number is 22CF 14003AO. I do find that there's probable cause for that for those offenses. On count one, you are entitled to a bond. I'm setting that bond at $20,000, and I'm staying the remaining bonds with the condition that you do not drive and you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have any paraphernalia. I'll take no action on case number 21CF 4301AO. Thank you. After that is Thomas Scott Smith.
No, it's not gonna happen today.
Sir, you're here in two different case numbers. Do you need a public defender to help you with your?
I already have an attorney. Her name is Miss Cunningham.
Oh, that's me.
All right, case number, so the public defenders are going on this new charge. You want a lawyer, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
22 CF 13986AO. You were arrested for one count of burglary of in all of these I do find probable cause. You were arrested for one count of burglary of a structure. I'm staying that bond at $3,500. Count two, grand theft between $20,000 and $100,000. That bond is stayed at $150. Count three, criminal mischief, stay the bond. Counts 4, 5, dealing in stolen property. Those bonds are $150 apiece. Count 6 and 7, receiving money from broker by false verification. Those bonds are $150 apiece. Number 8 and 9 is false verification of ownerships, and I'll stay those bonds also at $150 apiece. You're not to go back to the scene of the crime. You're to have no contact with any of those witnesses, including those pawnbrokers. In case number 2022 CF 13985, I find probable cause for burglary of a structure, criminal mischief, and petty theft. I will stay those bonds as well with a no contact, no return order. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Where is this place? Where is this?
We'll talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
After that, I have David Saldani. Is that your last name? What's your name?
Thompson, Trentonio Thompson.
Did Saldani bond?
Leon, he was already seen.
He's what? He's, oh, okay. Your last name is Thompson? Thank you, sir. Thompson, case number 22CF13957. Sir, I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender. Do you support anybody?
Ma'am?
Do you support anybody financially?
Ma'am.
How many people?
2.
You do qualify for the services of the public defender. I'll appoint them to help you, Mr. Thompson. You're here for a charge of driving with license suspended as a habitual traffic offender. I find probable cause. I'm going to put you on straight pretrial release. You need to check in once a month and pay those costs of supervision. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Any additional conditions with that, Your Honor?
No new law violations. Hadia Womack is next.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. She bonded, Your Honor.
Yes. Cyrus Allen is next. I'll appoint the services of the public defender in 2022, MM 2648W.
Your Honor, we'd waive his appearance.
Okay. His bond will be stayed at $500. And then on Allen, he has the, that's the only case I have in front of me today.
Yeah. He was seen on the others.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. And then I have Joe Brewer. Do you want to reset, if he's available tomorrow, let's reset him. I'll give him a time served plea.
Yes, Your
Open
Honor.
container. Roll him till tomorrow, if he's medically clear. And then I have 22 CT 6835, Jason Patrick.
Bonded, Your Honor.
After that, I have Henry Caldwell. Are you Mr. Caldwell?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Caldwell. You're here for a charge of trespass on property after warning. I do find that there's probable cause in this case. State any objection to a 3-day offer with credit for 2 and no return.
No, Your Honor.
So it's a 3-day jail sentence. You have credit for 2 days time served. You would be processed out later today or tomorrow. Would you like to accept that plea offer?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Caldwell, do you need an attorney? It's a 3-day offer. You have credit for 2.
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now?
No, ma'am. Yes, yes, I understand.
Take a look at that plea form. Once you read it and agree to the terms, please sign it.
Your Honor,
Yes.
is it okay if I just step in the back and go over the plea form with everyone so that they
Sure.
know?
He doesn't need an attorney, he says. If he changes his mind, we'll bring you back.
Yes.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And do you understand what that means?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Did anybody force you to say no contest?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand we will not have a trial?
Yes,
Do you understand that if you were on probation, your probation would be violated?
yes,
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea?
yes,
All right, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and accept your plea. You're being adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 3 days in the county jail, less credit for 2 days' time served. Pay your court costs by June 1st of 2023. You need to abide by all trespass orders. You cannot return to this property. Do you understand?
yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck. You have 30 days to appeal. Your case is over. After that, I have Michael Cordona. Are you Michael Cordona? Mr. Cordona, hello. You're here for a charge of trespass on property after warning. I find probable cause. Your bond is $500. If you would like to take a plea today, the offer is an adjudication 3 days with credit for 2 days' time served and no return to links. Would you like to accept that offer?
Yes.
Do you need a public defender?
No.
How do you plead to the?
Yes.
Do you want a lawyer? All right, I'll give you a moment to confer.
I don't know.
Sometimes, so you do not want a lawyer?
Yes or no? Do you want a lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if any point, I'm not gonna give you a lawyer, but if you need one because a question gets too confusing, let me know. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on now?
No.
Did you read the plea form?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes.
If you agree to it, please sign it, if you have not. Are you pleading guilty?
Yes.
No contest or not guilty to the charge of trespass?
That's fine.
Guilty.
Did anybody force you to say guilty?
No.
And do you understand that if you were on probation when you committed this crime, by pleading today, your probation would be violated?
Yes.
If you are not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today. Do you understand that as well?
Yes.
If you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and accept your plea. You're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 3 days with credit for 1 day time served, and you owe your court costs by June 1st of 2023. No return to the Lynx bus station or any Lynx properties. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Your
I'm not allowed
case,
to ride the bus.
what?
I'm not allowed to ride the bus.
That's a Lynx property, so no.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm not-
Credit for 2? Yeah, oh, credit for 2 days. You'll be processed out.
We should get out tomorrow.
The next person is John Doe. What's your name?
Jonathan Dingle.
Corrections, can you read his inmate number to me? Or somebody?
Sure, his.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the officers. What number does he have on the tag?
2202-8137.
So your name is Jonathan Dingle? Yeah. Sir, you're here for a charge of petty theft. Because you didn't give a name, your bond is $1,000, and I do find probable cause. I don't have a plea offer in this case. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. Bond stayed. Just bond stayed. Terrence Lee. Yes, John Dingle, AKA. Terrence Lee is next.
No off, even if you gave your name, you wouldn't have. So go that way.
The next case number is 2020. Are you Terrence Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
You already have an attorney for your felony case that you're out on bond on. That case number is 2022 CF 6176. You're out on bond and sale and delivery and
No,
possession of
miss, excuse me.
cocaine charges. You also have new charges for trespass on property after warning. Give me a moment. All right, defense counsel, he has not had any competency evaluations done, so I'm inclined to take no action. See if you think he's competent or not.
I'm not.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
I was just
Yeah.
told about adjudicating in couples that. I'm not
Oh,
even
okay.
I was given time
Oh, okay.
served.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do on the sale and delivery. I'll take no action. On the trespass on property, I'll put him on, where would he live if he weren't in custody?
You're not talking to her.
No, I'm talking to you. Do you have any place to live?
Yes, but I'm not out on blood. I
She's
don't
not-
have any
she's not-
charges attached to
Okay,
me.
she's not doing anything. She's not keeping you on.
I'm getting released.
Amazing how he understands
Okay.
that.
What is your address?
My address is 804 22nd Street, City, Commonwealth, Florida, LLA, zip code 2805.
Is that your home?
Yeah, that's my relative.
You're-
But I'm not out on blood
Okay,
at
sir,
all.
please answer the question I'm asking. Is it your mom's house?
It is my uncle's house,
Okay.
yes.
Your Honor, he would be living with his uncle.
Now, will you please?
I'll take,
Hold on.
sir, can I talk, please? I'm gonna take no action on your cocaine charges.
Miss,
And then on the trespass charge, I'm gonna go ahead and put you, since he said he's gonna live with his uncle and he has pending competency hearings, I'm gonna put him on straight mental health pretrial release. If he doesn't qualify, refer it to the division.
Do you want to set a bond if he doesn't qualify, or just?
$500, thank you.
You have to let her
but you
finish,
don't
okay?
understand.
I understand that you want to get,
Am I out on
Okay,
blood?
we're-
No.
Michael Papalardo is next.
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
here you go.
Yes, I'm getting released now.
They're trying to figure it out. You just have to talk to some people first.
When do I get released?
You have to talk to some people.
To who? If she just told you I'm released, right?
She just told you you're minimum. Okay?
I'm gonna get
Here you
released.
go.
My attorney won't tell me am I released. Fired. Tarnished. Mr.
Michael, Papalardo is mental health.
Okay, so, do you want to reset that one to tomorrow just in case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sorry, I'm doing resets, but it's my docket. Timothy Temples, are you Mr. Temples?
How you doing, sir?
I'm
Your
well,
Honor?
Mr. Temples. So you're here in case number 22MM693AO for charges of trespass on property as well as theft. I find probable cause. I'll stay the bond on count 2 and reduce the bond in count 1 to $100. So your new bond total is $600. You're to have no return to that speedway.
Ma'am, can you please R&R me?
Your Honor.
Yes, and then he has an out on bond. I mean, a VOP.
He's,
Can you R&R me, ma'am?
he's on probation, but he's not in on a VOP currently.
He's on probation, and according to the affidavit, he stole a piece of pizza.
The pizza was given to me on my birthday, ma'am. I just,
The state would not object to an ROR on the larceny. I understand his history, but it was a piece of pizza.
it was my
So if
birthday.
he has a bond on the trespassing, then we would ask that he be ROR'd on the pizza.
No, I'm gonna deny that.
Okay.
He's on probation. Count 1 is 100. Is stayed.
No, you're not gonna.
Okay, so, under the pizza theory, I'm gonna address the VOP. And that case number is 2022 MM11890AO. I don't see that number.
I think it's a CF case, Your Honor. It was a petty theft, third conviction. He was just put on probation, it looks like 2 weeks ago.
I see it.
Okay.
22 CF 9025AO. Oh, wait, it was countied. Hold on a second, I have a new case number. Okay, I have it down as 2022 MM 507AW. No, because it was downgraded rather.
Your Honor, can I get that case number one more time?
22 MM 507 AW. Nope, he's not on probation on that. I'll take no action on the probation. If there is an issue, I can't find it, so they can file it as a warrant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry about that. Dorian Walder,
Do I got a bond or am I
Yes,
out?
you have it. She said no.
Dorian Walder.
Present.
Sir, you're here for case number 22 MM 8104 for charges of battery. I do find that there's probable cause. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case? I'll go ahead and appoint them to assist you. I'm going to set your bond at $500, and you're to have no contact with the victim, and you're not to possess any weapons. Thank you. Heather Bowser. Are you Miss Bowser? You're here for a warrant for a violation of probation in case number 21901 CFA. It's out of Seminole County and you're being held at no bond. So I'll appoint a public defender for while you're in Orange County Jail, okay? And you'll be transported. The next person, last name is Jones Shipley. Jones Shipley, did he bond?
Do you have a booking number for them, Your Honor?
I do. It's 2202-6928.
Looks like they already bonded.
All right, thank you. Portillo Burkan. Portillo Burkan, you have a warrant for failing to return leased property. This is a warrant out of Lake County, Florida. Your bond is $0, so no bond. Do you need a public defender to help you while you're in the Orange County Jail?
No, I'm okay, ma'am.
All right, thank you. The next person is Elijah Culpepper.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Culpepper, good afternoon. You're here for felony case 21 CF 12465. You're on probation. And the officers did an on-view violation of your probation because you have new charge. So on that case, you'll be held at no bond. You have new charges in case 22 CF 13977 for possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver and possession of fentanyl. I'll stay those bonds. Your monetary bond in that case is $15,150. Thank you, Mr. Culpepper. After that, I have Jason Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez, good afternoon. You're here in case number 21 CF 9661AO. You are on probation for charges of petty theft and burglary. It's alleged that you tested positive for cocaine and you're now being held at no bond. Thank you. A public defender can assist you if you'd like. Do you want one? No. Thank you. We'll appoint. Elgin Grigley. You're here in case number 2018 CF 321AO. You missed your court date for possession of a controlled substance. You're being held at no bond. If you don't have a public defender, do you want one?
Yes.
They're appointed. And then in case number 20. All right. And it's my understanding on that controlled substance charge, you're on probation as well. So thank you. That's why you're here. After that, I have Jacob LeBron. Mr. LeBron, good afternoon. You're here for a charge of disorderly conduct. Give me a moment to find your paperwork. If you would like to resolve your case today, it would be a withhold. Actually, I don't have an offer on this case. How long have you lived in Orlando?
May of 2021.
Okay, and do you get mail at 9279, that house address?
Correct.
All right, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. I'll give him straight PTR, or if he wants, it would be a withhold credit time served, no contact.
Okay. So, do you want? So withhold of. Go ahead and send it here. Your Honor, he'll take that offer.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And do you understand what no contest means? Sir, do you understand what no contest means?
Yes.
I'm showing you this document. It's the plea form. Did you read it and understand it?
Yes.
And I see that you signed it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now?
No, ma'am.
If you were on probation when you committed this crime by entering a plea today, do you understand your probation would be violated?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea?
Yes.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that too?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I'll withhold adjudication. You'll get credit for 1 day time served. You'll be released on this charge today. You owe court costs and your public defender's fees. Do you work, sir?
Yes.
I'll give you until June 1st of 2023 to pay that. If you fail to do that, your license will go into suspension. Good luck to you, sir. Diana Montalvo is next. June 1st of 2023. Are you Miss Montalvo?
Yes, Montano.
Ma'am, you are here for a charge of disorderly conduct. I'm going to put you on straight pretrial release if you would like, but if you want to resolve this case today and take a plea, it's a withhold credit time served offer. I'll give you a chance to confer with counsel.
Did you hear what I explained this one time? Oh, yeah. So we're gonna. Saying you did the court process in the best interest of Your Honor, she'll take that offer.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now? You'll need to answer out loud.
No.
I have a plea form that appears to be signed by you. Did you read it and sign it?
Yes.
How do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Did anybody force you to say no contest?
No.
Do you understand we will not have a trial in this case?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Yes.
If you were on probation at the time you committed this offense, do you understand your probation would be violated?
Yes.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for 1 day time served. You'll be released on this case today. You owe court cost. And your public defender, you didn't have a public defender formally. So your court costs are due by June 1st of 2023. Can you pay it by that amount of time?
Yes.
If you fail to pay it, your license will go into suspension. Thank you, Ms. Montano.
Thank you.
After that, I have Jason Neal. Defense counsel, he's here for an open. Mr. Neal, I'm addressing 2 cases. You're out on bond and you have an upcoming court date for felony charges of battery with 1 prior. You also are here for a new arrest charge of open container of alcohol. If he takes a plea to the open container, the offer is an adjudication, 3 days in the 3 days in the county jail. He is credit for 2 plus court costs. I'll stand silent on anything else until I know what he's going to do. I find probable cause.
Yeah.
Your Honor, he'll take that offer.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of open container of alcohol? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
Do you understand what no contest means?
Yes.
Did anybody force you to say no contest?
No.
And Mr. Neal, did you read this paper and understand it?
Yes.
I see that it's signed. Did you sign it? Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now? Do you understand we will not have a trial?
Yes.
So you have entered a plea of no contest. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you were on probation when you committed this crime by plane today, do you understand your probation would be violated?
Yeah.
If you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, you would be civilly committed by accepting this plea. Do you understand that? At this time, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days with credit for 2 days' time served. Pay your court costs by June 1st of 2023, and I'll take no action in felony case number 22 CF 10059AO. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ryan Alexander Robertson. I'll appoint the services of the public defender.
Your Honor, can we roll him to tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll roll that to tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then I have some Creole cases. Let's give Madam Trial Clerk a moment to get that online. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I had a victim here.
Just for the record, I would hire you and I would not fire you. Well, that one clearly wasn't thinking straight, so probably stings a little less.
No, that's it. Does she? Ma'am, can you speak Creole and English?
No, I can speak English, but he can understand me.
Can he understand English?
Yes, he understands me.
All right, sorry to keep you waiting. That was our concern. Let me see how this goes. Keep trying and let's see this.
Your Honor, for the record, I did speak to him. He said he does understand English.
Sir, what is your name?
Pierre-Rémy Floyan.
You were arrested for a crime of aggravated battery on a pregnant person. This is a felony. Do you want a lawyer from the public defender's office to help you?
Repeat again for me, please.
Would you like a lawyer to help you with your case?
Yeah, if you want to help me, that's fine for me.
I'll appoint them. I find probable cause. I'm going to give you a bond. Is your name Joanna?
Yes.
Do you raise your right hand?
Yes.
How do you know Pierre?
He's my boyfriend. We have a child together.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Do you live together?
Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
No, I understand what the fight was about from reading the paperwork from the police. Do you have any concerns about your safety or the safety of your unborn child?
No, I'm moving down. My aunt is gonna let me come stay with her in Chicago, so no.
And where's your aunt live?
She live in Illinois, Skokie, Illinois.
Do you want to have contact with him?
Yes.
Who else lives in the home with you?
It's me and my 4 kids. One of them is his child.
Was he using any drugs or alcohol?
He doesn't smoke or drink.
State, any questions?
Were you attempting to leave when this incident occurred?
If I was going to leave?
Yeah, were you attempting to leave with your children?
Now? Yes, I'm gonna leave with them.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense counsel, any questions?
No, Your Honor, everything's been covered.
I do have concerns, even despite the victim's testimony about her safety. You are going to have bond. Your bond is $2,000. You're to possess no weapons. If you have any, they need to be given to the police department. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I'm going to say no contact, except by text message.
Yes.
Only text message communication. You cannot see her in person.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you must live separately. She can stay in the apartment, and you can only go back one time, but you must have a police officer with you. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Don't go back there unless you call a police officer to go with you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And after you know she leaves, you can go back, but you must live separately from her. I have concerns about the safety of her, the children, and the baby. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Ma'am, I know you said you wanted contact. It is not unlimited. You can
That's
only
fine.
text you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alasia Benjamin LaFrontes, is that correct? Or Aliza Benjamin, rather, right? Ma'am, you're here for a charge of petty theft. State or department, does she have any priors?
PTR, she had one prior batter on Leo in 2021. It was dropped.
All right, based on that, I'll go ahead and, do you want monetary bond at $100 or a straight PTR?
What is that?
If we could do straight PTR, Your Honor.
I'm going to put you on pretrial release. You're to have no return to the scene of the crime, which is a Walmart, while this case is pending. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
No.
You're going to represent yourself?
What am I talking about?
Your Honor,
You're
you
here
should,
for-
fill out an application for criminal indigent status.
So you're here for a crime of petty theft. I find probable cause. I'm going to release you without having to post any money.
Okay.
You're going to be put on pretrial release. You cannot go back to Walmart. You need to. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case from the public defender's office? Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint them. Stay in touch with your attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next person is Alexander Benzie.
President approaching.
Good morning, Mr. Benzie. You're here for Osceola case, and you were arrested for trespass at a structure or conveyance. I do find that there's probable cause. If I have history, can I take pleas in Osceola?
Your Honor, typically we don't do pleas at initial appearances at this
All right.
point.
Thank you. So state or corrections, what's Mr. Benzie's history?
PTR 2018 trespass, larceny, 2019 public order crimes, synthetic drugs, 2019 VOP, fraud, impersonation, fraud, and battery on
Okay.
Leo.
Sir, I do find probable cause for the charge of trespass. I'm ordering no return to the scene of the crime, which is the Sun Inn. I'll also modify your bond, reducing it to $100. Thank you. Do you need a lawyer? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification, Your Honor, was that bond with pretrial release conditions or just straight bond?
No, straight bond of 100.
Thank you.
The next person I'm addressing is Norbilis Castro Nunez.
Your Honor, Mr. Castro Nunez, or actually Ms. Castro Nunez, is going to need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, we'll pass on that case.
Would you like a list of who needs an interpreter today, Your Honor?
Just let me know when we get there, and I'll go ahead and pass them, do the interpreter on the end, and I'll phone them in. Thank you for asking. Sarah Friedland is next.
President approaching.
Is Dios David Vargas present?
No.
All right. Ma'am, you were arrested for a charge of aggravated battery. It is domestic in nature. I do find that there's probable cause. Would you like to have a public defender that's a lawyer help you with your case?
Yes, and I think my parents are getting a lawyer.
So do you want a public defender, or do you want time to hire your own attorney?
A public defender will be good for right now.
All right, I'll go ahead and have them appointed to represent you. Corrections, what's her history, if any?
She have no prior history, Your Honor.
All right, so you are entitled to a monetary bond. Here are the conditions of your release. I'm going to order no contact with the victim, Dios David Vargas. If you live together, you're no longer allowed to. You need to maintain a separate residence.
He does stay in the same neighborhood as me, probably a couple houses down. What can I do about that?
You can't do anything about it. You are to have no contact with him. You're not to communicate with him in any way. You're not to have any weapons. If you do have, hold on a second. If you do have any weapons, they need to be surrendered to law enforcement within 12 hours of your release. Because you have no history, I'm going to set your bond at $1,500. And again, the no contact order. Do you have any questions, Ms. Friedland?
And you pay 10% to the bondsman, or that's like total?
You can talk to your attorney about that. Thank you. After that is Michaela Gilmore.
President approaching.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Gilmore. You're here for a crime of petty theft. I do find probable cause for the arrest. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Corrections, does she have any history?
2019, no valid driving license, larceny, and 2020 failure to appear.
All right, based on your history, I'm going to set your bond at, I'll give you a slightly lower bond. Your bond is going to be $250. You are not to have any, you're not to return to the Walmart, the scene of the crime. Anything else, defense counsel?
No, Your Honor.
After that, I have Jesse Goins case, at Osceola case.
President approaching.
Your name, please.
Jesse Goins.
Mr. Goins, you have a failure to appear on a warrant out of Osceola County, so your bond is going to be stayed at $1,000. Do you already have a public defender helping you with your case?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, so do you want a public defender?
Yes, ma'am, I sure do.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender in case 2021 CT 1704. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
After that, I have Aiden Johnson.
President approaching.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, defense counsel would have probable cause arguments to be made on this case.
Okay. Are you Mr. Johnson?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson, would you like a public defender to help you with your criminal case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint their services. You were arrested for burglary of an unoccupied dwelling by criminal mischief, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting officer without violence. What says defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense would argue as probable cause for the possession or use of drug paraphernalia as well as the resisting arrest without violence charges. In the affidavit, the uniform charging affidavit, when it comes to the drug paraphernalia, while there was mention of a scale with, I believe it's marijuana, although it is typo on the report, there was no indication that the substance on the scale was ever tested, in what form it was, whether this in fact even smelled of cannabis, like going through any of the standard things that are typically written down in a report. None of this is indicated but for a blanket statement that this is a scale with marijuana residue. For that, defense would be arguing that this does not satisfy probable cause, would be asking for ROR on that count, as well as the resisting arrest without violence. There's actually no indication in the uniform charging affidavit that during the alleged arrest or during the alleged resisting of the tensing arms and whatnot, that Mr. Johnson was actually being arrested at that point, while there is mention of Miranda warnings that would just satisfy custodial interrogation, but not necessarily arrest for purposes of resisting officer without violence during arrest.
All right, I agree with defense counsel on the possession of drug paraphernalia. What says the state that there's no PC?
The state has no objection to an ROR for the drug paraphernalia charge, and as for the resisting without a charge, it's the state's position that the affidavit says the officer had handcuffs out and was attempting to place the handcuffs on the defendant. Thank you, Your Honor.
So I find probable cause for the charge of burglary. But let's go ahead and tell me what his history is, and I'll go ahead and do all the bonds. Corrections, please.
For 2018, he had juvenile history, burglary, conveyance, unoccupied, larceny, vehicle theft, battery, and burglary again of a dwelling. 2022, aggravated battery, missile into dwelling, synthetic, drug paraphernalia, display of firearms during felony, and he's out on probation, juvenile probation, on that 22 CJ 426.
All right. Let me speak with you, Mr. Johnson. I find probable cause for burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. I'm staying that bond at $5,000. The criminal mischief, I find probable cause for that as well. I'll modify that bond to subsidiary bond at $100. Possession of drug paraphernalia, no PC, put at ROR. And resisting officer without violence, I do find probable cause, modify it to $100. So your total bond is $5,200. Here are your conditions. You are to have no contact with the victim and no return to the scene of the crime. You're also not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs. Sir, that concludes your first appearance. Thank you. After that, I have Jorge Medina Quintero.
Your Honor, President approaching and defense will waive reading of the charges.
All right, defense, let's see if he wants an attorney. Is your name Jorge Medina Quintero?
Yes.
Do you need a public defender to help you with your case? All right, your attorney has requested that I waive reading, but I do find probable cause. Correct. What's his history?
Your Honor, I do apologize. Defense did also have an argument as to probable cause in this case.
Okay, go put it on the record.
When it comes to the suspected materials that are alleged in the uniform charging affidavit, while there is mention of IP address reports coming in, there is no mention as to whether Mr. Medina Quintero was actually in possession of any device that could hold said materials, as well as whether there was any printouts, anything of that nature. There's actually no allegations in the uniform charging affidavit of actual possession of this.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection based on the post-Miranda interview as well as the digital search pursuant to a warrant, finding that there is enough information and facts that allege that he was in possession of this material. Corrections, does he have any history?
Only history he have, Your Honor, was 2019. It's a sex offense.
And it's a conviction? Does he have reporting requirements?
No, ma'am.
Defense counsel, if you could inquire with your client and let me know, does he need to have contact, legal contact, or legitimate reason to have contact with anybody under the age of 18?
If I could have a brief moment.
I'll let you stay.
Yes, Your Honor, family members living at the residence.
What's the relationship and their age?
It would be, I believe, brothers, and I believe 12 and 14-year-old.
All right, I'm going to start with the conditions first. You're to have no unsupervised contact with anybody under the age of 18 if they're related to you. Otherwise, no contact with anybody under the age of 18 for non-relationships. Yes, no contact with anybody under the age of 18 who are not related, and any relatives must have supervised contact, must be supervised. I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons. If you own any, they need to be surrendered within 3 hours of your release from jail. And I'll stay the bond at $1,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
After that is Paul Page.
Your Honor, I have notes that he's actually currently in the hospital.
All right, we'll go ahead and roll his case till tomorrow.
Thank you.
And I'll temporarily appoint the services of the public defender.
It's much appreciated, Your Honor.
After that, I have Samuel Randall.
President approaching.
Good morning, Mr. Randall. You were arrested for grand theft, but you're here on a warrant for grand theft, as well as resisting merchant recovery. Would you like a public defender to help you with your charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Give me a moment to check something.
Yes, Your Honor.
014. Tuesday. Based on the facts of the case, I'm going, what's his history?
Your Honor, from 2015, homicide, 2019, vehicle theft, resisting officer, retail theft, motor vehicle, no valid driving license, burglary. 2020, he have a VOP, couple of VOPs out of Broward County.
Okay.
Burglary. 2021, drug possession, Broward County, drug equipment, no valid. 2021, again, resisting officer, no valid driving license, failure to appear. 2021 vehicle theft.
Thank you. I think that's a good, enough for consideration.
Okay.
Defense counsel, and Mr. Randall, I'll stay the bonds for these. On count one, your bond is $3,500. On count two, I'll modify it to subsidiary bond at $100 for a total of $3,600 with a no return. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
After that, I have Diego Rios Medina.
Would need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, we'll pass on that. That after that, I have Jay Rivera.
President approaching.
Good morning, Mr. Rivera. You are here for a hold out of Polk County. There's a writ of bodily attachment for what amounts to some child support or familial support. You owe $31,044.22. So if you would like to be released from jail, that is your purge amount. In the meantime, you'll be held in the Osceola County Jail until you are picked up by Polk County, Florida. Thank you. After that, I have Justin Rodriguez.
President approaching.
Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. Would you like a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. I find probable cause for the charge of petty theft from Walmart. Corrections, what's his history?
2020, you have just out-of-county warrants from Orange County. Same thing for 2021, and failure to appear out of Seminole County, and petty theft out of Orange County.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to I'm going to modify your bond and reduce it to $100. You're to have no return to the scene of the crime, that Walmart. Thank you. After that, I have Elvis Rodriguez Gutierrez.
And Mr. Rodriguez Gutierrez would need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, I'll pass on that. Devontae Sanchez. Devontae Sanchez.
President approaching.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, you are on probation for a charge of driving under the influence. In the alternative, you're on community control. It's alleged that you violated your probation. You'll be held at no bond. Do you need a public defender to help you with these charges?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. Thank you, sir. After that, I have Cynthia Santarellia.
President approaching.
Before I ask you any more questions, corrections, what's her history? Any failure?
No failure to appear, Your Honor. She does have aggravated from 2017, aggravated battery by strangulation, 2018 battery, DUI, 2019 battery, 2022 battery, DV.
All right, so you're here for charges of disorderly conduct and disorderly intoxication. Do you want monetary bond or pretrial release? Pretrial release would involve you to check in.
Does that mean I can leave today, ma'am?
It means you can leave today without having to post any money, but you'll need to check in.
I will
Do you want
follow up. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I find probable cause for these offenses. I'll put you on pretrial release. You're to have no return to the Polynesian Inn or have any contact with any of those witnesses.
Ma'am, my mom already paid for the week. How do we do that?
Hold on a second, let me finish.
All right.
You're also not to possess, use, or consume any illegal substance or any beer. You'll need to consult with your attorney. I'm not going to give you any legal advice, but I am ordering no return. If you need to collect some of your belongings, I'll do a one-time
I have
return.
a lot,
Can you
all that
miss-
stuff, yes.
Stop interrupting. I know you're excitable and you want to get out of there, but let me go through the instructions. You have a one-time return, but you need to be accompanied by a police officer. Do not go there after you have your belongings. You cannot return. Stay in touch with your lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you.
After that, I have Lakeisha Scott.
Ms. Scott bonded, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. After that, I have Tyrone Washington.
Present and approaching.
Mr. Washington, you're here for a warrant out of Osceola County for the charges of fleeing and attempting to elude law enforcement with license sirens activated. This was alleged to have occurred on November 4th. You are entitled to a bond. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case? Yes. I'll go ahead and appoint their services. Defense Corrections, what is his history?
From 2017, Your Honor, battery DV, possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana. 2021, drug paraphernalia. 2022, April, fleeing and eluding police out of Polk County.
All right, based on... And just a reminder, all of your statements are being recorded, and you do have an attorney who's assisting you. Defense counsel, anything you'd like to add before I set monetary bond?
Just that he is legally entitled to bond, Your Honor, and we would be asking for a reasonable bond to be set in this case.
All right, thank you. State, any objection to me setting bond at $12,500?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, because he had one of these earlier this year, his bond is $12,500. Thank you. Yeah. After that, I have Canarius Williams. Thank you, sir. You can pass. Canarius Williams.
Present and approaching. And defense counsel would have a probable cause argument.
Are you Mr. Williams?
Correct.
Mr. Williams, you were here for a charge of petty theft, misdemeanor level, and knowingly or falsely providing information regarding to 911 or law enforcement. Do you need a public defender? That's a lawyer to help you with your case.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. State, do you feel that there's probable cause for count 2?
I don't think his name. Sorry, I'm looking to see what his name was and what.
I'm seeing some of the same problems as defense counsel, unless I've overlooked it.
So, I do see that it says at the Osceola jail, it was revealed that his real name is Travarius Brinson. But is he in here as
Okay. What's his defense as far as that?
As far as that, Your Honor, looking to the four corners of the uniform charging affidavit, there's been no evidence or allegations put forth that there was any statement as to what the actual name was prior to being booked in the Osceola County Jail. So while there is this noted revealing that the name is actually Travarius Brinson, there's been no allegations in the uniform charging affidavit that shows that there was a false name ever even given to law enforcement prior to that. Matter of fact, I have no indication here as to how name was actually obtained.
Let me go ahead and review the statute on that. Give me a moment. Stand by.
Additionally, Your Honor, looking to Florida statute Oop, I apologize, looking at the wrong statute number. And, Your Honor, when it comes to the statute as charged in the Uniform Charging Affidavit 837.05, this is not the statute in reference to giving a false name. This is giving false information regarding the commission of a crime, which again, I believe, looking at the charging affidavit, this was more so not about the name, but more so about the statements post-Miranda about misunderstanding, but even then, defense counsel would also argue that the officer already stated that there's a misunderstanding and
Does defense have the Osceola County Corrections Department incident report?
I have the Osceola County Uniform Charging Affidavit.
I have an Osceola County Corrections Department incident report, and it states that on December 3rd, 2022, while assigned as the booking supervisor, I was reviewing inmate packets in preparation to be transferred to bonds and dockets. While doing so, inmate Williams Cantaras, via fingerprint, recognized him as Brenson Travarius with the state ID number 084690019, and he gives the FBI number. So I'm thinking that's where.
Well, no,
I apologize.
I agree with this defense counsel, erring in favor. There needs to be more language. Do you want me to ROR him, or do you want me to have give him 24 hours to perfect it?
Your Honor, I would ask.
I'm asking state. Hold on.
If he's given a bond on the first charge, I have no objection to an ROR on the second.
Okay, on count one, I'm going to stay the bond for the charge of petty theft. At $500. You're to have no return to the scene of the crime, the Walmart. Count two, no PC, and state stipulates to ROR. So your total bond is $500, no return to Walmart. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next case I'm addressing is Belkey Chavaria.
Ms. Chavaria? President approaching. Actually, Your Honor, she would need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter as well as Ms. Lopez.
Thank you. We'll pass on Chavaria and Lopez. The next case I have is Brandy Wilson.
President approaching.
Good, how are you? Miss Brandy Wilson, you're here for a warrant out of Polk County, Florida. It looks like you missed your court date for charges of driving with license suspended with knowledge. You do have a bond and attached tag not assigned. You have a bond in each of these cases. One is for $500, the other is for $250. But if you are not able to post that bond, the public defender's office here in the Ninth Circuit will assist you until you're transported. That concludes your case. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let me go ahead and add the interpreter and stand by.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter, and I have not been sworn this morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Barrera. This is Judge Bigney. If you can raise your right hand, I'll have you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear that that you'll interpret the testimony from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your abilities, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. I don't have case numbers. I have issues finding them on the Osceola, so I'm just going to go by booking number. Is that okay with you, Mr.?
Certainly, Your Honor. Booking number will be fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The first person is Norbelis Castro Nunez. After that, it's going to be Diego Riaz. Norbelis Castro Nunez. Booking number 22008791.
President approaching.
Good morning. You were arrested for battery domestic violence.
Buenos días. Usted fue arrestada por un cargo de agresión, violencia doméstica.
Corrections or Osceola County, is Andreas Nava Castro present?
Se encuentra presente Andreas Navacastro, Departamento de Libertad Vigilada, Condado Osceola.
Not over here, Your Honor.
No
And
está
just-
aquí, su señoría.
And Ms. Castro Nunez, I'm going to have a lawyer from the Public Defender's Office help you with your case. Is that okay?
Señorita Castro Núñez, voy a pedirle a un abogado del defensor público que le ayude con su caso. ¿Está de acuerdo?
Sí.
Yes.
Corrections. Does she have any history?
Departamento de Correcciones, ¿ella tiene antecedente penal?
No history here in Florida.
No tiene antecedente penal en el estado de la Florida.
All right.
2021 alien removal.
En el 2021 fue removida como extranjera por inmigración.
So I'm going to set your bond at $500.
Voy a programar su fianza de $500.
You're to have no contact with Andreas Nava Castro.
No puede tener contacto con el señor Andreas Navata Castro.
You must maintain a separate residence.
Se le exige mantener una residencia separada
And you're not to have any weapons.
y no se le permitirá portar armas.
If you do, your weapons need to be surrendered to the police department within 4 hours of your release.
Si usted es propietario de alguna arma, tiene que entregarse a las autoridades no más allá de 4 horas después de su libertad.
I do want to advise you that there may also be an immigration hold.
Y quiero avisarle que existe la posibilidad que usted tenga un retén de inmigración.
Anything else, defense counsel?
Abogado defensor, ¿algo más?
Yes, Your Honor. Just because of the nature of the charges, defense would be asking for a one-time return with law enforcement if there are any belongings to be collected.
Sí, señoría, debido a la naturaleza de los cargos, estamos pidiendo que se le permita que regrese una sola vez acompañado de un agente del orden público para recopilar sus pertenencias personales.
I will grant that request.
Voy a conceder ese pedimento.
Do not go back to the residence unless you have a police officer.
No regrese a la residencia a que no sea que vaya acompañado de un agente del orden público.
And that's only to collect your belongings.
Y solamente con el fin de recopilar sus pertenencias personales.
Again, your monetary bond is $500.
De nuevo, su fianza será $500.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next person is Diego Josue Rios Medina.
Present and approaching.
Sir, do you want a lawyer from the Public Defender's Office to help you?
Caballero, ¿usted desea que se le designe un abogado defensor público para que lo ayude?
Sí.
Yes.
Corrections. Are there any witnesses on this case present?
Correcciones, ¿existen presentes testigos en este caso?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
You were arrested for domestic violence battery on a pregnant person.
Usted fue arrestada por un cargo de agresión, violencia doméstica en contra de una persona embarazada,
With an assault or weapon.
con agresión o un arma.
No.
No.
Corrections. What is Mr. Rios Medina's history?
Correcciones, ¿qué antecedente tiene el señor Ríos Medina?
No,
He
nunca.
have no history here in Florida.
No, never.
Texas, 722 alien inadmissibility.
So, sir, you
Eh,
aren't. Go ahead.
No tiene antecedente penal aquí en la Florida. En Texas, el 22 de julio del 80 por inadmisibilidad al país.
And Wyoming, fugitives from justice.
Y en el estado de Wyoming, fugitivo de la justicia en el 2022.
So, on count one, you are entitled to a bond. I'm setting that bond at $3,500.
My apologies, Your Honor, you cut out. What was the bond?
$3,500 for battery on a pregnant person.
Thank you, Your Honor. Su fianza será $3,500 en el primer cargo de agresión contra una persona embarazada.
And for the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, your bond is $150.
Y el cargo de agresión con arma mortífera serán $150 de fianza.
Your total bond is $3,650.
Su fianza total serán $3,650.
You're to have no contact with the victim.
No se le permitirá trato con la víctima.
You must maintain a separate residence.
Se le exige mantener una residencia separada.
I'll allow a one-time return with a police officer to collect your belongings.
Le voy a permitir que regrese una sola vez acompañado de un agente del orden público para que recopile sus pertenencias personales.
You're not to possess any weapons or ammunition.
No se le permite portar armas o municiones.
If you have any, you must turn them to the police within 4 hours of your release.
Toda arma que usted tenga tiene que entregarse a las autoridades no más allá de 4 horas después de su libertad.
I also want to advise you that there may be an immigration hold.
Y quiero avisarle que existe la posibilidad de que usted tenga un retén de inmigración.
Thank you.
Gracias. Your Honor, the interpreter could respectfully request the booking number for this defendant if you have it.
I do. It's 22008783.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
The next person is Elvis Rodriguez Gutierrez, booking number 22008768.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Elvis Rodriguez.
President approaching, Your Honor.
Sir, you missed a court date in case 20 CF 2926.
Señor, usted faltó de comparecer al tribunal en el caso 20 CF 2926.
I'll appoint a public defender if you don't have one.
Le voy a designar las oficinas al defensor público si es que ya no lo tiene.
The charges are for possession of Oxycontin,
Los cargos son posesión de oxicodón,
driving with no valid license,
conducir sin tener licencia válida
and no motor vehicle registration.
y no tener registración para su vehículo.
You'll continue to be held at no bond.
Usted continuará siendo detenido sin derecho a fianza en este momento.
Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias, caballero.
Your Honor, defense counsel was going to request if there was a possibility of setting bond in this case. Being with Mr. Elvis Rodriguez Gutierrez, he does suffer significant eyesight issues and actually isn't able to even read a document. So when it comes to the failure to appear, I believe there might be an issue when it comes to that, Your Honor.
Su señoría, el abogado defensor quería preguntar si existía la posibilidad de que se le programe una fianza, ya que el señor Elvis Rodríguez González tiene dificultad con su vista y es posible que eso haya contribuido a la falta de comparecencia y no haber podido leer el documento.
That request is denied without prejudice. Please set a hearing in front of Judge Nix Walker.
Ese pedimento se le denega sin prejuicio. Por favor, programe una vista en frente de la juez Nix Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias,
Next up-
señoría.
Next is Belky Chavera.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you kindly spell the last name of this defendant, please?
Sure. Chavarria. And her booking number is 2208397.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Ma'am, would you like a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Señorita, ¿usted desea que se le designe el defensor público para que le ayude a usted con sus cargos penales?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint them to assist you with your case.
Entonces los voy a designar a ellos para que le ayuden a usted con su caso.
Probable cause has been found for the offenses of sale or delivery of opium within 1,000 feet of a school or church,
Se ha determinado que existe indicios razonables de venta o entrega de productos de opio a menos de 1,000 pies de una escuela o una iglesia.
manufacture or delivery of drug paraphernalia,
Fabricar o entregar parafernalia de drogas,
as well as unlawful use of a two-way communication device.
al igual que el uso ilícito de un dispositivo de comunicación.
Corrections, does Ms. Chavarria have any history?
Correcciones, ¿la señorita Chavarria tiene algún antecedente?
February 2020, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cannabis.
En el febrero de 2020, posesión de parafernalia de drogas, posesión de cannabis.
How long have you lived at 1620 West Vine Street, ma'am?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted viviendo en el 1620 West Vine Street, señorita? About 4 or 5 years.
I'm going to modify your bond with drug testing.
Voy a modificar su fianza con pruebas de droga.
On count one, your bond is $7,500.
En su primer cargo, la fianza será programada en $7,500.
And counts 2 and 3, $150 apiece.
En el segundo y tercer cargo, $150 cada uno.
Your total monetary bond is now $7,800.
Su fianza será en total $7,800.
I'm ordering no return to the Panama Inn,
Le ordeno que no regrese al Panama Inn
and you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have drug paraphernalia.
no se le permite portar, usar o consumir drogas ilícitas o portar parafernalia de drogas.
Drug testing will be through pretrial release,
Se le van a hacer pruebas de drogas al azar mediante el programa de libertad provisional
and testing can begin anytime after January 3rd.
y las pruebas comenzarán en cualquier momento después del 3 de enero.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Muchas
she was
gracias.
qualified for pretrial release.
I'm not putting her on pretrial release. I'm just sending her there for drug testing. Hold on just a
No la
moment.
vamos,
Go ahead and
no la vamos a colocar en el programa de libertad provisional, simplemente vamos a instruirle que se dirija allí para hacerse las pruebas de droga.
Can I not do that in Osceola?
Eso no se hace en el condado de Osceola.
She's still currently incarcerated right now.
Ella permanece encarcelada en este momento.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gracias.
Your Honor, the only concern that defense counsel had was, I believe, the permanent address that we did inquire about is actually the same inn.
La única preocupación que tiene la fiscalía, la defensa, es que la dirección la cual habíamos preguntado es ese mismo lugar, el hotel.
I'll strike that then.
Entonces, eso lo voy a anular.
No return. January 3rd, so she should be able to test clean in 30 days. The last Spanish interpreter case I have for Osceola is case number 2200-8396. Defendant's name is Carlos Lopez Viana.
Thank you, Your Honor.
President Prochain.
You were arrested for sale or delivery of narcotics within 1,000 feet of a school.
Señor, usted fue arrestado por venta o entrega de narcóticos a menos de 1,000 pies de una escuela
And manufacturing or delivery of drug paraphernalia.
y fabricar o entregar parafernalia de drogas.
I find probable cause.
Determino que existen indicios razonables.
Corrections, does Mr. Lopez Viana have history?
Correcciones, el señor López Viana tiene antecedente.
2020, no valid driving license, drug paraphernalia. The same thing for the next month, drug paraphernalia, possession of cannabis, resisting officer without violence. 2022, possession of cannabis, drug paraphernalia. And 22 CF 1943, he's out on bond.
En el 2020 no tiene licencia válida, para parafernalia de drogas, posesión de cocaína, resistir a un agente sin violencia. En el 2022, posesión de cannabis, posesión de parafernalia de drogas. Y en el caso 22 CF 1943 se encuentra libre bajo fianza.
And
I'm
he's
going to-
currently incarcerated also, Your Honor.
Y actualmente se encuentra encarcelado.
I'm going to stay the bonds as
Voy a dejar las
listed.
fianzas programadas tal como están.
I'll delete the condition of no return to the scene.
Voy a anular la condición de prohibición de regreso a la escena.
And you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have any drug paraphernalia.
No se le permite usar, portar o consumir drogas ilícitas o tener en su posesión parafernalia de drogas.
And do you want a public defender?
¿Usted desea que se le designe el defensor público? Yes.
Thank you. That'll conclude your
Gracias.
first appearance.
Eso concluye su comparecencia inicial.
Your Honor, Crystal Osborne, pretrial release. I just wanted to clarify, did you place the defendant Belkis Shavaria on pretrial release?
The Shavaria ones that you had read.
No, I just put her on for random testing. Report to pretrial release for random testing.
Okay, she won't be, due to her, having another case open, she does not qualify for pretrial release, and she will not be able to do the testing unless she qualify for pretrial release, because there wouldn't be nobody to monitor the testing.
Okay, delete the condition, no testing.
All right, just no.
All right, anything else in Osceola?
Double checking, Your Honor, I believe we have addressed everything on the docket, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and just to double check,